Okay, I just went through a whole spiel of stuff and realised that my mic wasn't on. All right, so the question is the Gospel of Thomas, which I look at it as the Gospel of Jesus' sayings, because there's nothing in there spiritually from Thomas at all. He's just the scribe. So is the Gospel of Jesus the Injeel that Muslims talk about? And is it also the Q source theory that explains... Hey, Dan.
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Q source theory that also explains Q source theory, whereby a collection of Jesus' sayings were used to construct the New Testament Gospels. So throughout this session, if I continue on that topic, throughout this session, I'll be referring to the Gospel of Thomas as the Gospel of Jesus. It's very clear to me that that it is a Gospel of Jesus saying. Let's look up what the word gospel means anyway and see how that fits. A gospel is an account describing the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth. Really? I would have thought... Oh, here we go. The word gospel derives from the Old English God spell, meaning good news or glad tidings. The word comes from the Greek good news. The gospel was considering the good news. Yeah, well, I think that's enough. You know, I mean, if you look at the Gospel of Thomas, it's abundantly clear that it's not a Gospel of Thomas at all. It's actually a Gospel of Jesus. So that's what we'll be calling it. Hey, Dan, what's cooking?
Reese's Pieces and Doritos. I'm very depressed today, so I bought junk food.
I can't hear. Oh, hang on. Hang on, sorry, mate. Now go.
Reese's Pieces and Doritos. I'm very depressed today, so I bought a bunch of junk food.
What are you depressed about?
My situation.
Oh, the money.
Well, not the money, the inability to be employed.
Why aren't you? What is the barrier to employment?
My former employer.
Oh, you mean like a reference check is a barrier?
Very big barrier, yeah.
Aren't there jobs you can go to that don't require, or that people just don't give a hoot about reference checks? You know, a bit more labor orientated, or...
I worked a lot of those jobs when I was younger, and I'm in a state of mind and a age range where I would not be successful at those jobs.
I have a similar problem. It hasn't become a major drama yet, but yes. Well, I can't speak about this because I've never done it myself, but there is no barrier. I mean, you don't have to work for someone else. There are ways of getting income just off your own bat. You know, like those guys that are pickers.
Actually, they pick very close to me. Actually, I'm in the part of the country where they do most of that at. Yeah.
I mean, you've got to be probably... it would take a while to get a good handle on what the value of an item was.
One of my ideas was to be a landlord, was to buy another residence and then rent it out.
Can you achieve that with, you don't have the item, like using the equity in your home?
No, I've got a pension that I can cash in that could buy a second home.
Why don't you do it?
Exactly. I mean, that's probably the most stable thing to do is to be a landlord.
Yeah. Well, at least it'll give you a revenue stream. So what about the court case? How's that progressing?
Well, they're going to sit down with us in a couple weeks to discuss the situation, so to speak. Nothing will come of it. I guarantee you, nothing will come of it. These people are driven by fanaticism, as you've talked about yourself, plenty. They are blinded by it, and they have an ego mind, Rob, that will never surrender.
Yeah, you see, that's why it's important to sort of understand this little beastie. Yeah, I'm itching to have so with John May. Well, this is how I feel at the moment, right? I feel that there's using the analogy of just a pin in the balloon. I have something on John May, which if I could get him to sit down rationally and express, that would show clearly that he's not the intellectual giant that he thinks he is, but also that he lies. And it's not difficult, not complex, blah, blah, blah. So I'd like to have that occasion, but it'd probably have to happen in a room of my own, and then he'd run away and all sorts of damn things. And with the religious folks, I'm ready to rock and roll now. I've got my topic that I want to talk to them about. I know as much as I think I need to know. So I've got my two pins, if you like. And what I'm thinking is I'm thinking that you don't need the whole picture, the big picture, to break the bubble. You just need one success, and for them to acknowledge that. Because once that occurs, it's cast the shadow of doubt on their belief. So I don't know whether that is possible with these people. So is there a fundamental position that they hold that is untrue, and you can prove that it's untrue? So not the big picture, just a small thing. And then try, because we know how they behave, right, when presented with that idea. And I think it's got to be something that's quite clear and concise, like there's no ambiguity. So when you talk to me about the book of Daniel, there's no ambiguity from my side, and I can produce all form of evidence to back my position. And I know that the other side can't. They're left with little holes or things that say that the evidence is just not there. Same with John May, right? I know ahead of time that he's wrong. on this point of what the majority of scholarship view is on whether Jesus existed or not. I know the fact. Hello, Hillary.
Hillary, welcome.
Hello.
How you going? Hey, Dan, do you know Hillary?
Yes, she is
Yes,
a
we know each other quite well.
yeah. She's an atheist, Rob, and she wants to end all churches in the world.
Sorry, what was that last bit?
She wants to end the churches.
Oh, good. Welcome. That's my passion.
Well, really what I want to do is just end the, oh, how can I put this? Just end the idea of worship and following. That is just something that I have a really hard time with. Because I guess I'm built as a scout, and it's like, yes, I'm really glad that there are people that are, happy to stay at home and build the fences and, cook the meals. I'm really glad that there are people like that around. But that doesn't interest me. I'm a scout.
Okay, what's a scout mean?
A scout who goes into unknown territory.
Okay, so you've got no barrier to life. You just experience whatever takes your fancy.
No, that's not it exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what is it? I'm still trying to understand what a scout is.
Okay, a scout is someone in a tribe who goes out of the norm and the accepted behavior and says, well, it's like, okay, this isn't working for me, so I'm gonna have to go someplace else.
Okay, non-conformist?
Okay, well, yeah, non-conformist, I guess, would definitely go along with the idea of scout. But my point in bringing up the idea of a scout
Mm-hmm.
is someone who actually does contribute to the tribe by doing that.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So the question then becomes, what's your last contribution?
In what context?
I guess as a scout, so you've gone into some other new, you found something that's ineffective.
Mm-hmm.
You've then gone and scouted for another way of dealing with that situation.
Yes.
And then you bring that information back and you share it with others.
Well, yes, I am a business owner of 3 separate businesses that did not exist before it occurred to me to do this. So,
Ah, cool. sort of
In
like
Los Angeles, by the way.
like an entrepreneur.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, very good. Well, when I think of religions, it's not the worshipping part that I'm interested in destroying. It's the belief. I don't believe, or I don't hold the view that beliefs are useful in any form at all.
Oh, that's interesting. Please keep going with that.
Right. So in life, as we go through life, our ego mind develops various defense strategies and
Yeah.
and various defense and ideas, right? So these are only ideas in the head. Now, some of them, and perhaps many of them, I guess, are erroneous. And when I say erroneous, I mean that they're an idea that has no basis in reality.
In
Right?
reality, exactly. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. And so when I look at religions, I think the fundamental issue is that that's what religions are. They induce people into these ideas about nothing at all.
Well, the way that I see religion is a way of gaining tribal control.
Yes.
And you know what's really cool about that situation is that there are people who will just not be interested in controlling other people and will, you know, vary from that dogma as a way for that tribe to survive, basically. So it's like, you know, in a really weird way, I see
Hello. Lost you there, Hillary.
evolutionary with religion now is because in the evolutionary process, it isn't giving us, it's not helping, and it's actually a lot of people. So that's why I'm against it. I'm not against religious people. I understand why they, you know, emotionally need that parent.
Yeah, it's a well, the way I
In
look
the
at
sky to take care of them. It's like,
it, yeah, I understand it to be basically a fear of
oh, I'm
death.
sorry, you cut out.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it is a fear of death, and it is a fear of loss of control. And the ones that kick and scream the most are the ones that fear the loss of control.
Yeah, that's right. That's just like a small child having a tantrum. I see
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah. But
Exactly.
that's a common phenomena when you confront what I like to call the ego mind with some reality that mind then recognises as a serious threat, and you get these cognitive dissonance behaviours, and it's
Uh-huh.
extremely common amongst religious people. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't blame the religious folk. they're the victims. Are you familiar with the Kim Dynasty, North Korea?
And I asked down, like, you know, the ones who are, like, you know, furthest down in this just, you know, horrific self-loathing place. I jump in and try to help them. It's like, you know, the last thing I'm going to do is ridicule them. I want to help them.
Yeah.
Well, like with Rand Campbell, though, I mean, you know, inadvertently, he kind of ridiculed himself a little bit this time.
I'm sorry, Dan, I couldn't hear you. Get closer to your mic.
Rand Campbell inadvertently ridiculed himself.
Well, exactly. But as you know, Dan, I do everything jiu-jitsu style. It's like, yeah, fine. Jiu-jitsu is a martial art where you allow an attacker to come at you with their attack, but instead of punching back, what you do is you accept that aggressive energy and roll it over your shoulder so that they land in a way that injures them. So you're using their energy, their aggressive, violent energy against them.
Got it. I understand that concept.
Yeah. And that's what I did with Kicked His Ass.
With who? Sorry.
Rand Campbell, yeah, you don't even know who he is. He's not even around anymore, but he used to be kind of a big deal until I got involved and I took his ass down. Jiu-jitsu style.
Did it have an impact on him, or did he still hold his worldview?
No, it had a huge impact on him. I still talk to him on Skype occasionally. So yeah, he is a different person. After he attacked me, he became a different person because he experienced the energy of attack towards me himself. It's like I did not get injured at all. His attack injured himself, and I knew that.
That's interesting, because what I've been looking for, I use this simple analogy, because I've got my research and I've got all the information. But what I'm looking for is using the ego mind and representing it as a bit of a balloon inside the head that can be pricked and then affected by that. I'm looking for ways to burst that belief notion. So you're saying you've achieved that with this person. So was there a religious context at all? Or?
Oh yeah, there was a hugely religious context. But what made it more complicated is that he was claiming to be a Christian, but I knew that he wasn't a Christian, and he admitted to me that he wasn't a Christian and explained what his actual, beliefs were, and I was just like, okay, and I kept that under my belt because that was a, private communication, but at some point he came out and told me that I was lying about something that he had said, and then I went to him on Skype and said, are you sure you really want to go down this road? You want to publicly call me a liar for something that I can totally fucking prove that you said? And he was just like, yeah. Nobody cares what you say, Hillary. I have so many friends in the Christian world. They won't care whether I'm a Christian or not. And I was just like, okay. And he was like, no, totally. I want you to expose those conversations. So I was just like, okay, here you go. And it killed him.
And yeah, what was his position though? He's not religious.
Well, see, it's really weird to talk about Rand Campbell without you knowing the context of what his videos were doing at the time.
Yeah, okay.
I can't really explain the context, but he was just one of the most, malevolent in the atheist versus theist community. He was.
So he's an atheist, right? And what he's doing is masquerading.
Well, no, he isn't an atheist. He does believe in a god, in a really weird, alien god that happens to be exactly like he is. But he was masquerading as a Christian because he knew what Christians' weaknesses were. And as a con man, he was able to zero in on that. He's not a Christian. He has never been a Christian, and he admitted that he wasn't a Christian, but kept on trying to do this whole thing that he was a believer in Christ. And
is he a narcissist?
Oh, malignant narcissist.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And which I knew when I first started talking to him, a year ago. And I was like, do you know that you're a malignant narcissist? And these are the traits of a malignant narcissist. And it finally came down to, it's just like, you know what? You're starting to call, not only starting to call me a liar publicly, but you keep doing this stuff, and then for several months, because I was just like, it's not cool to release private messages. He publicly called me a liar.
Yeah, that's annoying.
For what he already said, and then I gave him the choice. It's like, I've got proof that I'm not a liar, and you know that I have proof that you're not a liar. And he didn't care. He was just like, oh, it doesn't matter. It was like a political decision for him.
Did his views on God change in the process at all?
Yes, it did. The last response that I got from him in the last conversation that I had with him was within the last month.
That's interesting. What do you think the do you think the key?
he was what?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, what his deal was in the last conversation that I had with him was that he was angry that God wasn't telling him what to do, because God had told him apparently that that he was supposed to marry this woman from the Dominican Republic, and then that didn't happen for a while, and so he told me, it's like, but Christians have an excuse to be angry with God, because God betrays us all the time. Atheists don't have an excuse to be angry with God. And I tried to tell him, it's like, well, no, atheists aren't angry with God. And he didn't get that until he had gone through this whole situation with this woman in the Dominican Republic.
So something dear to his self-desires is a trigger to question God's existence. That makes sense to me, because I think that that's one of the keys to actually breaking through this belief barrier. It's showing demonstrably how God failed. Now,
well, but see, the problem the problem with that is that the doctrine is already set up that if there is failure, it is not God's. It is, the human who has failed because of original sin. But functionally, what happens is that someone who puts themselves in a position where someone or some other entity is responsible for their lives, and their lives don't turn out the way they want them to, see, the religious person is the one who is angry with God and projecting that onto the atheist.
can you just explain that a little bit more?
The theist who is not satisfied by their God is angry with their God, and then they say that people who don't believe in God are angry with God as a projection to make themselves feel better and not take responsibility for their own feelings. How else can I say that?
That's all right. I got it. I understand. Well, let me play it back to you, see if you agree that I understand. What you're saying is that the theist who is angry with their own God because things aren't personally working out the way they want,
because their God owes them, because they are, pretending to worship. They feel like they're owed something.
yeah. And what they do is they take that mindset and they apply that mindset to an atheist, and
Yeah,
they relate.
they project it.
Yeah.
It's a psychological term. Projection is a very specific psychological term where you recognize something in someone else that you are unhappy about in yourself, and you are projecting that weakness onto another person as a way of divesting your responsibility for that feeling to begin with. So it's a very specific psychological process when I use the word projection.
How can one take advantage of that?
I do all the time.
Example?
When you hold a mirror to someone who is projecting in a jujitsu kind of way,
Yeah.
over and over and over again, as a teacher, they will eventually see it. And if they don't, there's nothing you can do about it. Do you know the principles of jujitsu?
Well, I did Aikido when I was younger, and basically the principle of Aikido is you take the incoming energy and you use it against the person. So
It's no. Jujitsu is not using that energy against someone. It is allowing that person to use their energy against you and throwing it over your shoulder.
yeah, I think we're talking about the same thing. I mean, you take a front punch, the person punches at you, and the punch is aimed at your head. You position yourself offline so that the punch passes by you, and then you grasp the arm, and with that energy still flowing forward, you continue it on to the ground.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the principle is not to use their energy against them as a defense. The principle is to allow them to experience their own aggression.
Holding the mirror up, then, isn't it? Seeing themselves, seeing their own aggression. Is that what you're sort of saying?
Exactly. Because if you see that energy as a way to use it against, that is your motivation, to use their own energy as a weapon. But if you totally accept their aggression and then allow their aggression, just show them it's not spiteful in any way. It's not.
Okay, I understand that.
Do you,
I do.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Because I do allow myself to be a bit spiteful.
And I do too. You know, even though I'm a black belt jujitsu, you know, my emotions still, you know, get involved. But I always have in the back of my head, it's like, okay, what kind of fight is this? What kind of fight is this? Is this an emotional fight that somebody else might be having? Is there some way that I can help change their perspective so that they aren't coming after me in this way? And those questions are based in my own self-preservation, and I understand that.
But my goal is very, very specific. It's very high. I want to. I really seriously want to destroy religions, not the people. Just
define religion.
Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Okay, so you're talking about belief that is based in fear. That is what you have a problem with.
Well, I'll be a little bit more specific. I've done quite a bit of research. Hello, lady. I've done a bit of research, and I'm convinced by my research.
Hi, lady.
Hello.
I'm convinced by my research. I mentioned to you before North Korea, the Kim dynasty, and how they run the state as if they're gods, and they talk rubbish and all the rest of it. I happen to hold a strong view based on research.
Who has done that? Come on, please.
That I hold a view that Judaism was taken over by the Persian Empire in the days of Cyrus the Great and owned by the empire, and it's a cult of personality.
Well, technically it started with the Sumerians, but...
Yeah, that's true, but I only pick up the story where the Persians took over because that's the beginning of falsification of prophecy. And then if we come forward a bit, the Romans created the Christ myth. I'm a little bit odd, I suppose, in the atheist movement in that I hold that Jesus was...
When you look at Apollo, come on, it was like totally, primed for that shit.
Absolutely. And finally, Islam. Islam is a cult of personality around a guy called Muhammad. I'm quite convinced that's the true story. So they're not.
Yeah.
They're not religions. What they are is they're political organisations used to control.
I agree with you, and that's kind of what I said about an hour ago.
Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to recap just to give you a picture perspective. But it's for those reasons that they're not what they say they are. Because of that, they're a lie. And because they're a lie, they have no place in humanity.
Well, but scouts see through that. I guess that's kind of my point about bringing up scouts. Is that, scouts don't do political shit. They just don't. They don't care.
I think that for me, I can't take that position because I see Islam as an organisation that's got its eyes on world domination, and I don't think that that's unrealistic. I think there's plenty of information out on the net, and even if you talk to Muslims, they believe that Islam is going to succeed and be the #1 religion in the world.
Well, we're talking about completely different things here.
How so?
Yes, I believe that the dogma of Islam is a problem. And yes, I believe that the dogma of Christianity is a problem. And yes, I believe that the dogma of Judaism is a problem. It's like I kind of have a problem with all Abrahamic views of existence on this planet.
Me too.
But I guess the only place that we would disagree here is tactics.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are your tactics?
Well, so far, my tactic is, so I've done some work. I wrote a book, that was one, but I've I realised that you really want to attack the weakest point. Now, for all those religions, fortunately, there is one weak point, and it's called the Book of Daniel. And so I've sort of done my work, and I have a position on the Book of Daniel, which basically, and it's got some support from Yale University, so it's not completely benign or anything. But it basically says is that all the prophecies finished at 160 BC, and that the actual book was written after 160 BC. So the author knew the events that he was describing. In other words, it's a fake.
You know what? I have an even better argument.
Go ahead.
I have a better argument.
Uh-huh.
There's okay, now it's gone. I have a better argument. All of the Gospels are written in Greek rhetoric.
Yeah. I know a little bit about that. So you saying that, well, I hold the view, and I'm pretty confident that this is correct, that the Gospels were written by Romans.
Or the Hellenized Jews is that Jesus was from Galilee, and fishermen from Galilee were not given access to universities, Hellenistic universities in Jerusalem. So how would they know about Greek rhetoric form?
Exactly.
Because the Gospels are, well, depending on who you're talking about, whether you're talking about Mark or Matthew, whatever, they're degrees of adherence to Greek rhetoric, but Mark totally screams of Greek rhetoric.
Well, that fits my. There's a guy called Joe Atwell. He wrote a book called Caesar's Messiah, and he basically held the view that the Gospels were written by the Roman Empire. I kind of think I know exactly who the individual was that was captain of the authoring team, and his name's Nerva. And so that would fit in with what you're saying, because of the, they'd be Greek writers from Rome. And that,
exactly. You know, to think that a family of Greek rhetoric at the time is completely absurd.
yeah, I agree.
And I have gone after, Matt Slick about this, and he has completely just like wimped out.
Yes, well, the old flight-fight mechanism kicks in, and if they can't win an argument, they just run away. But that's the critical point, that you really want the individual. You sort of got them in a holding pattern where you're requesting of them, because you can't force them, requesting of them, hang on, let's continue looking at the evidence. Where's your evidence? What's your story? And of course, it's a blank sheet. They can't, because it doesn't exist. And it's trying to hold the person in that position long enough for them to actually, because you've got the two ideas in mind, the cognitive dissonance is occurring. You need to hold them in the pattern long enough for some sort of impact to be made, I guess, or some realization that, hang on a minute, the thing I believe isn't matching reality and I can't defend it. But, too often, religious folks just run to the door, at those sort of points.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is that I attack people on an angle already established that they are attacking. That is how I approach shit, jiu-jitsu style. Like, okay,
do that again.
If you want to attack me, then that's fine. What's funny about my correspondence with Matt Slick is that he hasn't attacked me because he knows that I will kick his ass on the Greek rhetoric question. He claimed that there is no question that the Gospels were written by, the original apostles, and I was just like, oh my God. Okay, here we go.
That can't be true, because even scholarship give you datings beyond 70 AD. And 70 AD, 70 AD is a really telling point.
For him to make that claim was completely ridiculous, and he knew it was ridiculous, but he claimed it anyway, and I called him on it, and he was just like, oh, because you're an atheist, you just don't think that any scholars think God, all of the scholars think that was a line of shit. So
yeah, the
it really is a conversation killer. when I bring up the Greek rhetoric stuff,
Hmm.
he can't fight it. He cannot fight it.
Well, I'm of the opinion that the Book of Daniel is a stronger argument because you break it into two sections. First section is examine the prophecy, match them to history. That's an easy one.
Mm-hmm.
And what that delivers, and there's no question on this, I mean, any argument raised up against this will become out of thin air. They won't be able to pull any justification, but you end up with a conclusion that all prophecy ends 160 BC, period. Religious folks hold the view that, you know,
Yeah.
there's prophecies beyond that, but they're not. There's all the historical evidence is there for us to match off perfectly. And then the second part of it is it's arguing on the date that the book was written. And they'll argue that it was written before 200 BC, but there's no evidence to support there is one
There is
on land.
no evidence to support that.
There is.
The earliest evidence. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that there is an argument that's raised based on linguistics, but you could argue that till the cows come home, and but the Hebrew Bible did not have a copy of the Book of Daniel at 200 BC. Another book in 180 BC that spoke about most of the scripture didn't mention the Book of Daniel.
Exactly.
And I got a little treat. There's a thing called Jubilees, which is the Jubilee. If you're not a Jubilee, if you're not familiar with it, is a 50-year period. It's made up of 7 by 7, 49 years, and then one Jubilee, and we find that in Leviticus.
Yeah.
But there's a book called the Book of Jubilees, and whoever wrote that made a mistake. Their mistake was that they related to a Jubilee being just the 49-year period. And if we go back, and that was then marked as Apocrypha, so some human has looked at the book and said, this is not God's word. If we then go back to the Book of Daniel, it actually uses this Jubilee counting system, but it uses the 49-year version. And the Book of Jubilees is dated at 160 to 150 BC. So all of a sudden we've got this evidence that adds to the pile to say the Book of Daniel was written after the prophecy. And
well, but that's why that information is so dangerous to people who are not willing to research things, is that they are looking for confirmation bias.
Just explain confirmation bias.
And really my for being in this community is to just try to knock down the confirmation bias. I grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, a very fundamentalist, Mormon kind of situation where women are cattle, have to believe in the Word of God, and if you are raped or abused in any way, it's like, well, that's just something that happens to females, and so don't get upset about it.
That's not right. That's the one thing I got from I don't know whether you remember that I did say Jesus, in my view, is a real person, and the Gospel of Thomas, which has been rejected by the church, I think is really more appropriately known as the Gospel of Jesus. Now, one of the things that you pick up from that, so I looked at every saying in there, and I interpreted them, and I found them philosophically sound. But the one that struck me was one of the last ones, and he really, and it made, it was sort of like, this makes perfect sense. He placed women as equals to men. And when I think about that equality, in certain ways, I think women, not all women, but women mature spiritually. Now, I understand spirituality to be, loss of ego, if you like, make it simple, and caring about other people. Right, that's the enlightened person. So it made perfect sense to me that women are equal to men. We're all essentially the same when it comes to the question of whatever definition you want to call. So,
why would that even be a question that you would need to ruminate over?
Because the religious story tends to bias towards males as being something special. And
well, that is my point, and that is how belief can be destructive, and that is why I am part of this community, because if even the moderates still they believe that God is a male. So when they believe that God is a male, it skews how they see female.
Yeah.
Unquestionably.
Yeah, exactly. And governance of certain things that, by male-dominated groups, governance of certain things, or the way a female should live a life, is governed by people that really, well, they're not well versed on the subject matter, and they make ridiculous, like Islam, right? They get the ladies to wear these hijabs. Now,
you know what? Let me tell you about my personal experience with people who believe that females are lesser humans. Let me tell you what happens when you see females in that way. I was raped when I was 9. And I was told, don't interrupt me. And I was told that is what females are for.
Sorry to hear that. That's but it's not correct. I can understand that. And
no, it's not correct, but it is biblically correct.
Yeah, like Muhammad having a wife at 6 years and then consummating the marriage at 9. That's appalling.
Women are of Eve.
Sorry, say
and
that again.
Eve was, women are of Eve, and Eve was the cause of the fall, correct?
Well, in reality, no, but by the biblical book, yes.
I'm just going by the biblical text and how women are treated when men believe.
I didn't catch you, Hillary. I didn't hear that.
No, I said that the men who believe that story see women in that way.
Yeah, well, all the more reason that these religions should not, and I mean, I don't mean half uh, arsed effort. All the more reason that these religions should not exist. Should
Hey, Bonto!
hey what?
Yeah, it seems like it. I'm not seeing Bunto, and I'm not seeing Guy. So yeah, let me refresh.
Bunto never came in.
What's that? Sorry.
Bunto never came into the room. I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh, okay. You probably got another room going or something. That was interesting. You don't think she'd be able to line up some Christians for a debate?
I'm sure she knows a few.
You mind sort of just sussing that out with her?
Sure. I know that Lindsay Lou is a Muslim.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah, she was just in here. Let me see if I can get her back.
Okay.
Rob, I don't know if you know this or not, but Hillary has the ability of autism.
The what? Sorry.
She's autistic.
Oh, hello, Hillary. That's you. Autistic, are you? Not talking. Hillary.
No, Bunto was not interrupting. I love Bunto. He always has a really... What? Okay, I kind of have no idea what's happening here because there's conversations happening I'm not aware of. Which is really, really hard for Aspies.
For what?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Rob. She has Asperger's, Rob.
Oh, okay. Hey, Hillary.
What?
I thought for a minute. I thought for a time that I had Asperger's or something of that ilk. What I think I'm good at.
All I can say is that what we were talking about previously
Yes.
was about perceptions of belief and how that affects people's actions.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, and I don't shift any ground, I never will. I hold the view that the atheist community or whomever, somebody, should take on these institutions because they are a problem. They shouldn't exist, period.
Hello?
Hello? Hello, Hillary?
Yeah, it just kind of went dead, and so I thought that maybe people stopped saying things. But, you know, to go to your point, I am not an anti-theist. I don't feel that there's enough evidence for me to state that as a fact. All I can do is say that if there is this God, they haven't contacted me. So there is no reason for this God any place in my life.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
that's because I'm an Aspie and I just, like, you know, judge people based on whether I should pay attention to them. I don't know.
yeah, but you've got, and you agree that the Jesus story is
Oh, I can hear you, Gus.
Hillary, you'd agree, though, that the Jesus story is contrived, and it's most likely that it's untrue. That, you know, the miracle of walking and all of the rest of it. I know with very little doubt that the book of Daniel is a fabrication. I know with very little doubt that Islam is a fabrication. Why should we tolerate fabrications?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, my point is that why should we entertain someone else's idea of reality? That is my fucking everlasting point.
Particularly if they can't really demonstrate it. I mean, we can't get God to come and pay us a visit. Can't get angels to visit us.
There is no way to get past the question of whether God exists or doesn't exist.
Well, no, I disagree. And it comes back to the.
Oh, okay. All right.
It comes back to the.
Then please explain that.
All right. It comes back to our discussion on beliefs, right? Beliefs being notional ideas in our head. And they only become reality if we can actually point our finger at them in the real world and say, oh, look, there it is. That belief about cups existing, there's a cup there, I can touch it, whatever. But you can't do that with a lot of the concepts or entities in religion. So my thing is, whilst we can't produce them, we can't prove their existence, they shouldn't be a part of our world.
Well, but that is a judgment on your part. That is not even an assertion.
Yeah, but you can't show me God.
I'm sorry? What?
You cannot show me God.
How is that an argument?
Well, my point was, what I was saying to you before was, my point is that if we can't establish something's reality, we shouldn't. Now, I'm not saying this is how we live, but I'm suggesting it's how we should live. If we can't produce the evidence, then we shouldn't have it as part of our lives.
The problem that I have with your assertion is that it is an assertion. I happen to agree with that assertion, but I am intellectually honest enough to admit that that is an assertion.
I understand what you're saying. Oh, but it's the true statement, unless someone proves it otherwise. It's a true statement to say.
How can you prove God's existence or non-existence?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that.
I said, how can you prove God's existence or non-existence? Why is that your focus?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was, I said that if we can't prove something, like a scientist, right, would approach a problem, he would endeavour to provide evidence to prove his case, and then he would share it amongst his community. So what I said was, if we can't provide evidence of something, we shouldn't let it interact or influence our lives until that evidence is made available.
I agree. And that's how I live my life.
Yeah, so, and very, very, very good that you do. So it follows then that we cancel religion until people from religion can produce the evidence.
Well, yeah, but evidence is always up for interpretation, so I understand the other side's argument.
Hillary, can I make how I would determine reality or something that's real? I think there's a very simple measure, and it's to do with our five senses. That's why we have five senses. They give us feedback from the surrounding environment, comes into our heads, and then we get a little creative, and this is where we run into some errors in evidence. People will then construct from that sensorial information, they will construct from that a view of reality. If there's been no biases between their senses and the interpretation, then we'll get a good representation of reality. Now, if that was a measure of reality, then to validate God, we have to sensorially experience Him. If we can't do that, then we can't say that it's real or not.
Well, isn't that my point?
I'm sorry, probably was. I might have missed it. My apologies.
I just find it futile to either, prove God or disprove God.
Hillary,
No, do not interrupt me. I have taken the stance that it really doesn't matter whether a God exists or not, because I take responsibility for my life. I am not a child.
Right, gotcha. Now, I see the problem, I think, but I'm not sure you do. What I said was, if you cannot prove, so it's not about proof or disproof at all. It's not the question. The statement is, if you cannot prove that something exists in some meaningful way that's comparable amongst human beings, then I suggest that we shouldn't waste time on it. It shouldn't be part of, and it certainly shouldn't be used to control lives. That's different from saying that it's futile to prove whether God exists or he doesn't exist. Put the onus back on the people that, you know, have a hankering to believe in a God. But I think in an ideal world, it would be a good choice to, if it can't be proven in some meaningful way, verifiably, repeatable way, then we should just dismiss the question, you know, just don't even bother with it. So
Okay,
religions have no function.
okay. Can I tell you that I feel really sorry for the people who cannot take responsibility for their lives? Can I tell you that I feel sorry for them so much that I want them to understand that they are responsible for their lives?
Yep, I understand that perfectly. That's you being a good, caring human being, and because you understand that the problems that it causes a believer, or what it brings in their life, and you hope for a better outcome for them. So in essence, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, you would like to see people, you know, forget about the belief and perhaps live a life similar to yours.
It's not that I want them to live a life similar to mine. It's that I would like them to live a life without the torture that they have decided is their
I'm sorry, Hillary, I didn't catch the last bit.
I don't want them to live the torture that they have decided is their life and are complacent.
Yeah. And so what's the
Oh
cause?
my God, we've got Benny in here. You know, kick Benny.
Really? Does
Yeah.
he? What does he do, Hillary? Is Benny? Do you? What is it? So, oh, I didn't mention Hillary. I've been trolled by a couple of people. I don't know whether you know a guy called John.
Benny is a troll. Just kick him.
He sort of behaves himself when he's around me. If he does misbehave, I will kick him out. He'll behave himself.
Hey, John Knight.
Hey?
Benny is not a troll.
Benny's not a troll, buddy.
Benny's wiring us into the conversation.
Benny is only here for attention, so just ignore him.
Hillary, I've just ejected him. Yeah, well, he was doing the wrong thing.
Hey, Gus.
Hey, Hillary.
Oh, hi Gus, how are you?
Hello there, Rob.
How's things?
Can't complain. How's life down there in Australia?
Not too bad. It's a sunny day, and
Well, I hope so.
yeah. What's your position on atheism and religion?
I'm an atheist. I am, I guess, what they call the soft atheist. I'm an atheist because I believe there's not enough evidence out there to confirm the existence of an almighty God. And that's about that. Nice and simple.
Yeah. I'm the reason I get involved, and I've only really just started getting back into online chats and the like, is I have a passion to see the end of religion.
Why?
Because of the damage they do historically, and it's a lie. You know, the real simple explanation is I know from my research that they're flat out lies that have been told for political power.
Well, yeah, that's really obvious, but why are you emotionally invested?
I guess it's how I feel about the shape of the world and where it's heading, the direction it's going in, and how Islam, you know, is pushing ever onwards to grow a stronger presence. I don't like that at all. What else? I invested a lot of my life, you know, on this research. I've drawn some very solid conclusions that it is a fabrication. And when you look at the historic record, you know, a lot of people have died because of these institutions. And I think we'd just be a better
Well, a
place.
lot of people have died from other institutions as well.
Ah, yes, Hillary, though, there's been some association between those empires and religion.
Well, yes, but I guess my question is like, why are you so emotionally involved? I could very easily explain why I am emotionally involved in this community. Why are you emotionally involved?
Yeah, because I read what I think was the true Jesus speak, and I think it's sort of helped me understand humans and how life works and all the rest of that. And yeah, that's what, well, I can go into detail.
Oh,
I can,
so,
Hillary,
so you think
I can actually back
so
that up.
you think that you understand how humans work?
Yes. Hillary,
Oh.
Hillary, let me give you just one little saying, which I think is a cornerstone to the human dilemma. This is a story that comes from the Cherokee. Now, your job, Hillary, is to tell me the error, all right? So here's the story, and this I find to be 100% accurate about humans. An old Cherokee told his grandson there is a battle between two wolves inside us all. One is evil, it is anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego. The other is good, it is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy, and truth. The boy thought about it and asked, Grandfather, which wolf wins? The old man quietly replied, the one you feed. If you actually look at that, so you've got a duality going on. This wisdom is suggesting that there's a duality in people. And I'd suggest to you it applies to all people. But if you look at the evil one, what you notice very quickly is that it's selfishness. Anger only occurs in the individual. Jealousy is about the individual's relationship to others. Greed is about acquisition for the self. Resentment is about how the self feels about everyone else. Inferiority
what is your point?
Well, your job, you need to prove to me. I'm saying to you that that's a foundation stone in terms of human.
And all of those things were things that said what other people need to do to make you feel comfortable.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that question.
I said that all of those things that you have said are things that make you feel comfortable. So, do you take responsibility for your feelings?
Yeah, so the thing that you take responsibility for is your choices, your choice between these two wolves, if you like. There is, I think.
Oh, okay. So you don't take responsibility for your feelings, is what you're saying.
I don't understand that comment. Feelings are an afterthought.
Do you take responsibility for your feelings? Are your feelings yours? Or are they someone else's that you are projecting onto them?
Feelings come from these two basic elements.
What are these
They
two
don't.
basic elements?
They. I understand you don't understand, but bear with me. I'll see if I can help you. These are two survival strategies. One is a survival strategy that preserves and protects the individual unit. The other one is a survival strategy that's related to belonging to a community, to a herd. And it's these two basic survival strategies, or instincts is probably a better word, that determine the feelings. The feelings don't exist in their own right. They follow on from the choices made about these particular instincts. So the instinct.
Isn't that what I just said?
Oh, I don't know. Sorry. Can you repeat it? And I'll affirm.
Apparently, you just didn't listen to what I said.
What did you say, Hillary? I didn't hear it. Oh, I must have misheard.
Let's boil it down.
Yeah.
You cannot hold other people responsible for your feelings, for your own feelings and perceptions.
Ah, you added a different word, perception. I don't think that I do. Where am I doing that?
What? You mean you don't think that you're taking responsibility for your feelings? What are you saying?
Well, what I'm saying is my responsibility is to choose whether to be selfish or selfless. The feelings follow.
Well, but that is a very subjective.
Sorry, you broke up there, Hillary.
Point of view and a very
No, Hillary, it applies to everybody. No human's exempt from that. Look around.
you
People.
don't understand that don't interrupt me. You are not understanding that the crux.
Did you finish? Hey, Dan, do you know who Remy Lemmy is?
Yeah, Rob. He's talked to you before, Rob. I don't know if you recall who he is, but yeah, he's been here before.
Not a troll?
No, he's not. Yeah, he's not. He's not a troll.
Okay. Welcome, Remy. Sorry about that. We have trouble with trolls these days. Don't we, Dan?
Yeah, we do. One in particular that likes to that likes to make phone calls.
Yeah. Oh, that was getting interesting. I'm sorry that she ran away or whatever's going on.
Hey, Gus, are you still there? Gus.
Howdy, Remy.
I'm not sure if Remy has a mic, so he's probably going to type. But Gus, are you there? Hey, Rob, I see a white cat behind you.
Hey?
I see a white cat behind you.
Behind me?
Yeah, a white cat.
No? You must be looking at someone else's.
That was my that was the image that came to my head when I heard the cat mowing. So, what color is the cat?
Oh, okay, I'm with you. Probably tortoiseshell.
Right. Annabelle.
Yeah, Annabelle. Mate, that Dan, that was actually getting quite interesting because if we could have explored that a little bit further, I was interested because I might be wrong. Hello, Unicock, whomever. It's Jesus has arrived. Hey, you want to go for a walk? Just hang on a sec. Hello, Unicorn.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your interest, mate?
I don't know. I saw the link and I thought it was Patrick's hangout, but it's this hangout, which is cool. But I don't know what are you guys talking about?
Well, we're having a debate with Dan. What's the lady's name again?
Hillary.
Hillary. And I was arguing that feelings follow choices made based on primitive instincts. Those primitive instincts being instincts of self-survival versus instincts for herd survival. And I quoted a Cherokee saying, and honestly don't know whether it's Cherokee saying or not, but I find it to be true in my experience. An old Cherokee told his grandson there is a battle between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies, and ego. The other is good. It is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy, and truth. The boy thought about it and asked grandfather which wolf wins. The old man quite replied, the one you feed. So it's this concept of a duality in humans. And, you know, my life experience says that that exists in humans. We can tend to be either selfish, which leads to things like anger and jealousy and greed and resentment and lies and ego, just like a troll. And, you know, we also have this capacity to be about others. And this is where we experience joy, love, peace, hope, and humility. So that's fundamentally... Now, Hillary's position was that the feelings come first, but we didn't get a chance to explore with her. Yeah, all right, mate. Didn't get this a chance to explore with her about, you know, what generates feelings. That's what I wanted to actually get into with her, because I think, but I stand to be corrected. But I think her premise was that the feelings were the things that we had to react to and take control of our lives through this window on feelings. My position is that no, you need to make choices, about drives to be selfish over drives to be unselfish, and then the feelings will follow as a result. So that's my position.
Okay. Is Hillary's not here anymore though? Is she? No.
No, I know it was unfortunate she left. I don't know whether she left because it was pissing her off, or what the story is. But I would have been really interested in just getting her views of why she felt the way she did. And it was interesting too to me. She was a little bit. She adopted a posture that you quite often see in theological or atheist type debates, where the person goes into a state of cognitive dissonance. One idea in the mind that sort of conflicts with what a person believes about reality. So I thought she exhibited a couple of behaviours or signs like that. What do you think?
Well, I wasn't here for the conversation, so I can't really comment.
Well, what do you think about the Two Wolves story?
It's an interesting metaphor for like how humans have an inner struggle, right? So, but I don't know if there's like you can use that as a guideline or as like a starting point if you want to. But there are many types of philosophies people can adopt. That's just one, and it comes from First Nations people, and that's what that group of people believe, which is cool. Other people believe in like mind-body duality. Other people believe there's always been a duality like kind of theme in human history, so that obviously exists in some way. But I don't know how important it is to have one your own on like for yourself. Like I don't really think that way. I just kind of do the best I can to manage my emotions and manage my behavior, so to speak.
Do you think that the statement's true that duality exists?
It exists as a concept, but I don't think it exists as something that is like real or tangible. Like we've constructed the concept of duality because we have consciousness and we have the ability to reflect on ourselves. So we've come to think that there is some sort of duality to us when everything is just one biological machine working together. It's pretty fantastic the way it works, but it's still just one thing. But we've created the concept of duality maybe to help us understand, the metaphysical aspect of mind and brain and all of these types of things. But that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that this is the truth. This is just what I think based on the things that I've read and my understandings of these concepts.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of explanations out there, that's for sure. In nature, how many survival strategies are you aware of?
Like, am I personally aware of?
Well, you just, from your observations or what you're aware of, how many survival strategies can you think of? Oh, hello, Ryan. How are you? Hello, Hillary.
Rob,
Yeah.
hey man.
G'day, mate. How are you? Long time no see.
Yeah. Likewise. How you doing?
Good. Nice
Thanks
to
for
see
having me. Sorry, I was trying to. I don't know if you got my. I'm on my phone, so like I can't send. I think some people can't always get my messages, but I really want to talk with you. So hi.
What's up, Ryan?
Hello.
That's Hillary.
Hello. Oh, he knows who I am.
Yeah, so how many survival strategies, Unicornica, Copia, can you think of?
How many can I think of is what you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
I can think of plenty, personally.
Good. Could you let me know what they are?
It depends on the situation. So give me a scenario.
I
Sorry.
love the scenarios. Here's a scenario. If you can have one item in a survival situation, which one would it be?
No, hang on. We want to just see if we can recognise if there's any patterns in nature.
It's
What
a
are
knife. The answer is a knife.
Ryan, can I ask you how much survival situation have you been in?
Every day. No, and I didn't mean to overtake.
Okay.
No, but
well,
I think
then
I've
then
thought
I
about.
can
I
I
really
can
I
perceive
appreciate.
that as being hyperbole.
That's a good example of hyperbole intent to exaggerate something to emphasize a story.
Exactly. So, but I'm actually asking you honestly, what life-threatening situations have you been in?
I got my head stuck in a revolving door once. My arm stuck in the elevator.
I was raped when I was 9.
Did that
So
risk your? Was that life threatening or
from
life altering?
Are you serious in
Well,
asking that question?
Well, you said life threatening.
I was raped when I was 9 years old.
I would say that's life altering, and I'm sorry. That's a traumatic event, and that's an easy way for evil to infiltrate your life. And I'm sorry to hear that, Hillary. Thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what life-altering situations have you been exposed to?
I'm gonna digress just for a second because I feel like I just got in here.
No, I think I will not allow you to digress.
Well, can I tell you something? The reason I'm on Hangouts is because I met this gentleman called Rob Beasley that is in here that I've been trying to track down. Rob, I've been trying to tell you. Seriously, dude, you have no idea, man.
What's that?
I remember you had your show and you're like, you taught me about the Socratic method, right? And I thought it was a lot of fun. And that was over a year ago. And I've been doing Google Hangouts ever since. And it was because of your introduction. It was because of you, man. I randomly stumbled upon you. And you know that. I feel like you know in the back. Like, right? You remember me.
These are the troll.
Hey, Vlad.
Hey, no.
Vlad's a bad boy.
Oh, Vlad's cool as heck, man. Vlad's a good dude, man.
Vlad is cool as hell.
Rob, Vlad is a good guy, man.
No, he's not, mate. I'm serious. He's a very bad puppy. He's actually the guy that's been sending pizzas around to my house.
Are you sure of that? What do you mean sending pizzas to your...
Well, what he does is he rings up the local pizza shop and, you know, they do home delivery. And the home delivery comes to my home. And, of course, we didn't order the bloody thing. So we have to send the poor guy away. And it's that guy that was actually doing it.
That sounds more like Vicky, quite frankly.
Sorry, like who? Sorry?
Like Vicky.
Who's Sicky?
Oh my God, you don't know who Vicky is.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I think that is crazy if someone's going to send pizzas to your house. That's...
Oh, he's done other things as well. So what he's done is he's driven by my place with his handheld cam, and he's held the cam up my address just so that I know that he's actually doing drive-bys. He's a real weird...
Okay. Can I ask a question of Ryan?
Go ahead.
Do you still hold to the idea of the flat Earth?
Oh, I was wondering why you kept thinking. No, I don't hold to the idea. The Earth is absolutely stationary and flat, and it's not a sphere. And the sun definitely moves around the Earth. The Earth is not moving, and that is a fact. And I would ask you this question: do you still hold to the idea that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and traveling around the sun at 666,000 miles an hour? Is that the idea that you hold on to?
It's a clear.
Yes, because I understand the idea of gravity.
Do you?
Yes, I really do understand the idea of gravity because I have
The
an
idea of
IQ
gravity is just like
172.
the idea of gravity. I think you just put it very well. The idea of gravity is just like a little story. It's not based upon size or distance or mass. The idea of gravity
No,
is
it's
nothing more
not
than a
based.
false idea. You just called it an
No,
idea.
no, it is based on my experience.
Like what?
Brian, can I just ask a quick question, if I may? What's
Sure.
the basis?
And why are you so far away from your experience that the
You're
idea?
far away from your experience.
Listen! Do not interrupt me. Why
Okay.
are you so far away from your idea of experience that makes you feel better about a conspiracy? Why are you there?
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to say that I'm denying an experience, and I will tell you that your experience, if nobody told you the Earth was round, you would know that it's flat because you have a horizon. Excuse me, ma'am. Don't interrupt me. Hold on.
Listen! I flew on the Concorde.
Hang on, Hillary. You asked for not to be interrupted.
Yeah. So to be fair, it would be completely logical unless somebody told you otherwise. If you've ever been to a beach or seen any kind of flat ocean or beach or horizon, it's called a horizon because it's horizontal. So logically, my experiences would naturally tell me that the Earth is flat. So, yeah, Rob, what's up, man? I know you want to ask me a question too.
I just need to allow Hillary to respond. Hillary, I can't unmute you. You might have to do it at your end.
Well, I don't really want to talk. I didn't come here to talk about the flat Earth, but if you want to, it's important because it breaks down many of the lies that man-made control mechanisms have been implemented to you.
Right. I've probably got one question. The one question is this: where do you get that information? Is that a biblical source that describes that structure of the Earth?
There are many examples of scripture, and there are many examples of what people would call mathematics or science and logic. So I would say there are many, and yes.
Right. So
I think Rob, to answer your question, all right, because you taught me the Socratic method. Ready? The burden of proof. Why is it so difficult for you to prove to me that the Earth is some spinning ball traveling around this gigantic solar system, moving so fast, denying all laws of centripetal force, okay? Denying everything. You never seen the core of the Earth, okay? You can't go, only NASA tells you that they can go to the moon, okay? So why is it so difficult? The smoking gun should be very easy.
that's okay.
For you
That's okay. Cool.
right?
Cool.
So Rob,
Okay.
exactly.
Hang on, Ryan.
No. Prove to me the Earth is a ball.
I will. I'll have a crack at it in a minute. But what I wanted to do first is, so God exists in your worldview?
Worldview is a man-made way of thinking, and I understand that there is a spiritual and a flesh, and a worldview, I deny all worldviews because they're an attempt to explain everything that is of God.
Is there a God? Yes, no?
Absolutely.
Good. Is there an angel?
And Jesus is
Hang on.
and Jesus is the way,
Well,
and he is the God of
I
everything.
don't. Hang on. Jesus to me is a real person, so no argument there. Now,
That's fine.
final question: is Angel Gabriel real?
Angel Gabriel represents what in the context of what you're asking me?
Well, in the religious books, it talks about an angel Gabriel. Is that real or not?
How so?
Well, I think it's got wings and it flies around, and it talks to Daniel, the prophet. So, is that real?
What do you mean?
Well, just really, I'm wondering what your position is on Angel Gabriel. Is it real or not?
Do I think that there is a spiritual and a physical realm, and do I think that there are angels and demons?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, of course. Is there spiritual and flesh? Absolutely. Is the concept of a cherub and a winged thing? No, because that's a man-made idea of ascending to heaven and descending to hell.
Okay, I get it. I understand. So, let me tell you this, and let me promise you this, all right?
Well, you shouldn't make a promise. Your answer should be yes or no.
Oh, yeah, well, that's okay. Hillary, I'm not able to unmute you. I think it has to happen at your end. There you go. Now,
I'm good. Yeah, someone muted me. I don't know who did.
Me. I wanted because you'd had us speak, and you were also very pointed about Ryan not interrupting you. Yet you did the same thing. You actually interrupted, so I just muted you so that he could have his say.
Okay, I understand.
All right.
But maybe you don't understand the history here.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I understand. Ryan, why do you believe what you believe? Is basically my question. Because what you believe goes against what I have already experienced as a human being on this planet. So when you say that something else is happening, I know that you're lying.
I'm not lying. And
have you ever been on the Concorde?
On the what?
On the Concorde. Have you ever flown in an SST flight situation?
Oh, a plane?
Yes. Well, a specific plane.
Hillary, I like what you're saying, but hold on.
Plane.
Supersonic, you mean it travels faster than the speed of sound?
Yes.
How fast is the... Okay, hold on. Hillary, I like where you're going.
When I still want to
tell Rob that I answered his question about the angel Gabriel.
When I flew on the Concorde,
why did you ask me about the angel of Gabriel?
Okay,
I answered your question.
I'm just gonna have to keep saying this. When I flew on the Concorde in the 70s, we were flying at Mach 2.
Okay.
Do you even know what that means?
Yes, that is a quantitative category of the amount of distance you're covering over Earth. And it means of a speed.
No.
Actually it does. Mach 2 has to do with the speed of rate of travel. That's what Mach 2 means, yes.
No, it has absolutely nothing to do with Earth. it has everything to do with the speed of sound.
Well, does the speed of sound have anything to do with your correlation of how the speed of sound is defined on Earth? Is the speed of sound different in your false idea of outer space?
How do you define the speed of sound?
I do not define anything.
Well, that is my fucking point.
And I answered your question. You said,
that
what is Mach 2?
refuse to define anything because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. People who know what the fuck they're talking about define their terms, and you
I
don't.
did answer. Hillary, my dear, I really want you to calm down. I like you. I really want you to,
dear.
No, I really want you to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Like, I like that you're asking these questions, and I do not think you're giving me a fair. No, I've answered your questions.
No, you haven't.
Okay. What speed? How many Machs is it until you break the sound barrier?
Oh my god.
Because you said Mach 2.
How many Machs is it?
Which is M-A-C-H. Exactly. So I'm saying if you want me...
Mach 2 is twice the sound barrier.
That's why it's Mach. That's why it's Mach 2.
That's why it's Mach 2. Okay.
Is the sound barrier the same barrier underwater?
Oh my god.
No, listen to me.
My
God. Listen to me.
Misery, man.
No, listen to me. Ready?
Are
Watch this.
you arguing that, like, underwater UFO?
No, I'm saying sound travels at a different speed and a different rate underwater. Okay? I'm also going to prove to you that we are having a minimal delay because our connection is made by electricity. No, listen to me. Our connection is made by electricity, not by sound. So if our connection was only made by the speed of sound, it would be very difficult for us to communicate. But the transfer of energy.
That was like the Caesar of word salad.
I'm sorry, I just have to keep laughing.
That was
Why?
like the Caesar of word salad right there. Let me have a bite, Ryan.
Are you serious?
I'm sure that these arguments actually go round and round. I want to try a different line of inquiry, and it's, if that's all right, and just get back to the Angel Gabriel. And my statement is, and I say this with all conviction, that Angel Gabriel never existed. It's just a fabrication. Are you familiar with the Book of Daniel, Ryan?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, I am very familiar with the Book of Daniel.
Is it a prophecy of events?
The angel of Gabriel is the one that protected Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego in the furnace.
Oh, perhaps so, but
right. Well, you said Book of Daniel, so can you tell me?
Well, the Book of Daniel is actually the first place that Angel Gabriel is mentioned. You agree with that?
Where was he mentioned according to you? Because you're saying it as if you know.
Well, I do know. It is the.
Well, then where was he mentioned in the Book of Daniel?
He's mentioned several times, and we can actually have a look at that in a minute.
And you said the first time he was no. Well, I'm asking you if you cannot just assume credibility. You were casting stones, which I don't recommend. I'm trying to be friendly. You guys are asking me questions just because I prove.
Oh, hey, Ryan.
Oh,
Ryan.
You are not trying
When was the
friendly.
angel Gabriel mentioned in the Book of Daniel, Rob?
Okay.
First.
I will show you.
No, just tell me. You're already saying it as fact. Why should you even have to show me? Just tell me.
Well, I would expect that if it's your faith, you'd know.
I already told you.
Where is it?
I just said in the furnace.
Now, but which in the Book of Daniel is it mentioned, or?
Yes.
Gary is a troll.
Let
me tell you, Gary is a troll. I have come
Rob,
across
to be
him
fair, I
many
just answered
times.
everything you said.
Gary
So
is a
what is your
troll.
point?
That's okay, Ryan. And now, Ryan, know this. Now, contrary to what you believe,
You haven't proved me wrong. What do you mean? Why does...
I just want to make a point before we go on. Hillary, contrary to what you believe about Hillary, contrary to what you might think about
That
me,
has nothing to do with the Book of Daniel or the Angel of Gabriel.
we'll come back to this, but I want to lay this as a bedrock, and I'll ask Hillary to see if I'm right.
I love you all, and that is my bedrock.
Yeah. Well, you might be surprised. We actually care about you as well.
I do too, but I do not appreciate you
I
asking
really
a question.
do care about you, Gary. I don't want you to make decisions in your
I love
life.
you all, but I also don't appreciate
based-
Rob asking me if the Angel of Gabriel exists, and I say yes and where, and he says nothing to back up his own statement. I don't think that's
Oh
fair.
no, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It takes a little bit of time. I hope you'll be patient.
Why?
Oh, it just does. Way of the nature of the beast. I'm
The
going.
nature of the beast is deception.
If I said to you,
No, you already said to me, does the angel Gabriel exist? And I answered your question, and I would like to know why you asked me that question.
because it doesn't exist. It's a fabrication.
Why can you tell me it is a fabrication?
Okay. If
I can do it if you can't.
all right,
Exactly,
okay.
Rob.
Hang on.
I'm just saying, talk is cheap, dude.
Hillary,
You asked me to
Hillary,
mention everything.
Hillary,
I answered everything.
Let me have a go and correct me where I go wrong, please.
No, Rob. You said the Book of Daniel, and I said yes.
Yeah.
Did you
Now,
not?
Yeah. Well, I agree with you.
Have I answered every one of your questions, and have you not answered any of mine?
Right now,
Do you see
prophecy-
how he is deflecting here?
Yeah, Rob is
And
not
putting
answering
the
any
burden
question.
of proof onto you?
I agree. Rob is not answering any of my questions.
Do you not understand how that is a point of weakness?
That's what I'm saying. He's not answering any of my questions. I've answered every one of them.
Oh my God! It's just amazing.
All right, hang on. Let's get into the detail.
It's just amazing to me
Let's get
that
into the
Gary is like agreeing with me when I am completely destroying his argument.
Yeah,
Rob, you said, do you
prophecy-
believe in the angel of Gabriel and the Book of Daniel? And I said yes.
Yes.
And you cannot tell me why I'm wrong. And I can tell you every instance
I
of how it existed.
I can if you allow me to do it.
Go for it. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Now remember, the world will be defined tomorrow, and you'll be no worse off. I promise you. Now, if I said to you,
Gabriel didn't exist.
No. If I said to you, all prophecies in the Book of Daniel terminate at 160 BC, do you agree with me or not? Or are you not sure?
No, I was waiting for that noise to pass by.
Okay,
To answer your question, I could say that yes, absolutely. There's a timetable of when the Book of Daniel was written, and there are many prophecies that speak beyond 160 BC. 160 BC is only based upon the Julian calendar, which uses 365.25 days a year.
Oh my God!
That's actually,
You know what?
That's incorrect.
You know what? I just have to interrupt here.
Go ahead.
Can I kindly say that a person who has kindness in their heart would not react the way that Yahweh does.
Yahweh is constant. I agree. I love that. That's great.
I do not accept Yahweh as the creator of the universe because I see indications
Of
that
what?
this kind of personality is
You know what you're
not
doing?
trustworthy.
No, you're being challenged. I've answered everything, and this is why, Rob, this is why, and Hillary, I've been honest. I've answered everything. Neither of you have answered anything. I'm
no,
being loving. I'm being sincere.
What
I answered your
questions
question.
have you asked me
Ryan,
that I haven't answered?
Ryan, the point we got to in the discussion was you made a statement. Your statement was that the prophecies in the book of Daniel go beyond the period of 160 BC. So they, the predictions carry past that period. That's
Sure.
actually,
What good is a prophecy if it
that-
doesn't go beyond the current time? By the way, Rob,
that
doesn't a prophecy go beyond its own time?
that statement that you made is inaccurate.
Why is it inaccurate?
I can demonstrate.
Don't demonstrate. Tell me.
I will.
And why is it important to you? Why are you like? Are you having like a God-hating session?
Can I ask a question?
Yes. Sorry, Hillary. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hillary, I love you, but like, can I ask you to just stop for a second? Because Rob, this is why people want to talk to you.
I am not attacking you.
I know you're not. I'm disregarding you for a moment.
Asking you a question.
And I'm asking you to pause for a second. Because,
why
I've
are you asking me to pause?
Because Rob has asked me from the beginning, do you believe in the angel of Gabriel? Do you believe in the book of Daniel? And I said, yes. And then he goes, do you believe it was in 160 BC? And I said, yes.
I have nothing to do with that conversation.
I know, that's why Hillary, my friend, that's why I'm asking you to pause. So, Rob,
and
Rob, I have answered every one of your questions. And you have said, no, I have. Can you tell me why I'm incorrect?
Certainly.
How am I incorrect?
Right, certainly.
And why are you asking me these questions, bro? Be real with it, man. Be real with it. I've answered everything, and you have not.
Remember, I said to you, I care about your well-being, so... Right, I can turn to any part of the book of Daniel, and I can explain explicitly every part of it. All parts finish 160 BC in the Maccabean revolt that occurred. It started 167 BC in late December. And it ended around about 160 BC, probably the second month. Now, in the book of Daniel, it talks about things running for 2,300 days. 2,300 days, if you do the math, is 6.3, 6 years, 3 months. That's exactly the tenure of this Maccabean revolt. And it's at the 3.5 year mark, which is the other days referenced in the book of Daniel. At the 3.5 year mark, we are told that the abomination of desolation dies. That's a guy called Antiochus IV Epiphanes. And he doesn't actually die at that point, he becomes ill. 45 days later, that's when he's deceased.
Can I say something?
Yes, and Rob, you're mixing prophecy with accurate things that are the story, and you taste upon the truth. Quit deceiving yourself. Be a message of God that you know, Rob.
Can I say something?
Hillary. Way you go, Hillary.
Okay. How you perceive yourself is more important than how you perceive God. And if you put more importance on how you perceive God, that just means that you are not willing to take responsibility for your life. You're just not a grown-up.
Yeah, that's actually accurate, Hillary.
No, it's not.
It is. But anyway, let's get back on track. We can actually survive quite well without God, mate. I'm telling you. Now,
really? Wait, hold on. So here, let's just nip this in the bud.
Ryan,
Rob, do you guys think God doesn't exist?
Ryan, we've just got to finish this evidence. So what I'm saying
Hillary, Jesus said very clearly, be humble. The meek shall inherit the earth. Don't be egotistical is what you're saying, Hillary, and I get that. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but if we get back on track for a minute, mate.
Can you just explain to me why you asked me if Angel Gabriel exists, Rob?
I will, because it's important, but I just
But you haven't. And it's taken like 20 minutes.
But it's important that you acknowledge that I'm actually speaking truthfully.
I've answered your question.
I have told you on many occasions that you are unwilling to take responsibility for your life.
Accountability is so important, Hillary. Jesus and God tell us to take accountability. I agree with you, Hillary.
I didn't say accountability. I said responsibility.
So,
quit being angry. I'm not angry.
Okay, good. And keep it that way.
I actually am angry at this point because you have decided to mischaracterize my fucking loving advice to you. So yeah, I am like saying fuck you.
Rob, I don't understand, Rob.
You can't even understand that you have responsibility
Hillary,
for your decisions.
Do you think that I should understand everything? Do you think that if I don't understand what you understand, that means I'm fucked?
Yes.
Okay. So what if I understand things you don't understand? Are we supposed to base ourselves upon human perception?
I don't care because I run 3 businesses and I keep myself alive.
Rob, I don't understand. This is why people say you're full of shit, Rob. I was telling people that you're legit. But you have asked questions. You haven't answered them. Hillary, you're legit too. I get it. It's okay. I'm not. The reason you're upset. The reason you're upset is because
I have a legit world point.
A worldview can go fuck itself. Jesus says, "Be above the ways of the world."
Yeah, that is exactly my point. You won't understand.
All right, fine, Hillary. Really?
Until you take personal responsibility for your actions.
Hillary,
and
tell me why you wear clothes. Hillary, why do you wear clothes?
You just think that Jesus takes all responsibility away from you.
No, I do not think that he's the. No, you cannot just believe in Jesus. No, you have to be righteous. Hillary, why do you wear clothes?
Define righteous.
Living in the way that God tells us to.
All right, now,
Hillary, why do you wear clothes?
We're going round in circles. Let's come back, and I'm going to prove to you, mate, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that
you haven't proved to me anything.
Angel Gabriel doesn't exist. It just simply doesn't.
Tell me.
It's made up, right? Now,
okay.
I said to you, all right, now I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you, believe me.
Why do we wear clothes, Rob?
Hang on, don't change the subject. I said to you, and I put in
You
a
said,
link there.
do you think Gabriel exists? And I said yes.
Hang on. I said to you that all prophecies terminate specifically at 160 BC. I put in the side chat there.
No, you didn't.
Video.
You said the book of Daniel was in 160 BC.
That's true. It was written then.
Yes, that's what you said.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Or a little bit later, actually. But the bottom line is, the prophecies were real-world events which we can identify historically that had already occurred. So the person that was sitting down writing the book was writing with that knowledge. In other words, not the word of a god. It's actually a fabrication. This is true.
No, I know what you're doing, and I answered you correctly earlier. I said there were accurate accounts of what happened, and I said there were prophecies.
Oh, okay. Let me try and understand that.
There were several kings, and there was the accounts of what happened.
Yes.
And those are not the same thing as a prophecy.
Sorry,
the prophecies that were written in the book of Daniel. Hillary, I'll answer you, because I don't know if you know, but Rob is talking about the prophecies that were written in the book of Daniel. Talk about the end.
I totally know what you're talking about.
The end of man.
That is why I am asking you, what is a prophecy?
A prophecy is a foretelling of things to come. And an account is something that has happened. So something can be written in 160 BC to say this happened, and also you can also write it down and say this will happen. You can still write it down at the same time and say this is what happened and this is what will happen. And you can write it down.
What has happened according to your prophecy?
Well, Rob already agreed. He said yes.
No,
the things that...
nothing.
Oh no,
nothing.
I think
nothing.
Hang on,
nothing.
Hillary,
nothing.
Hillary.
Nothing.
Hillary.
Nothing.
Hillary. Just the point I want to make.
Been a result of your prophecies.
Hillary, did you go to American public school?
Now, hang on, Ron.
Actually, I went to seminary in Utah in 1960 something.
Yeah.
So I actually know what I'm talking about.
So just let me make this point, and the point is this: if you look at the book of Daniel, what we're told right at the front of it that Daniel is the author of it. He writes it, and then he secretes it away. Right.
And he says,
that's contrary.
He says, you know, it's a good example. He says, I will not eat these royal meats sacrificed to your false gods. And the liaison says, well, you have to, otherwise the king is going to kill me if you guys wither away. And Daniel says, you know what, fine. And let me and my men just eat vegetables and water. And,
but the thing is,
and you will, and at the end of it, you will see who is better or bad, and who is better.
Ryan, you're going around.
Ready?
Can
you replicate photosynthesis?
No. Ryan, the evidence.
Ryan doesn't understand morality.
Ryan,
I do. I love you guys so much, but you guys aren't answering anything. Rob, your first question was, does the angel Gabriel exist? And I said yes, and you haven't told me why he doesn't.
Well, here's why, right? And I can do it quite quickly.
Do it.
The book of Daniel alleges that it's written in 538 BC or around that point. The reality, though, that we know from evidence is that it's actually written around 160 BC after the fact of these events. That's fabrication of prophecy. Now, So, in other words, it's not God's word, and there's no angels involved. That's impossible. What you had is Jewish
What?
folks. They
Rob,
wrote. This
can
is
you
fact.
tell me when the angel Gabriel came into play in the book of Daniel again? Can you tell me?
Yes. Just let me find it. It's in there.
Because a mathematical discrepancy, again, that's why I said, are you basing it upon the 365.25 days in a year, your Julian calendar? Okay? That's what I'm saying. So your discrepancy upon numbers, upon a year, is irrelevant. Because we have changed our measurement of calendar years based upon the Julian calendar. So just because when something was written doesn't mean...
belief is trumps whatever evidence he comes across.
All right,
These are the people that we come across. So you can't expect that evidence is going to be convincing in
Hillary,
any way.
when did
to
Rob
these
mention?
People. I grew up with people like you.
Hillary, what is the point?
Well, the point is, Angel Gabriel is fabricated.
What is the point of the crucifixion?
Breaking of time and sacrifice.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
Just because
break it down. If you were sincerely concerned about how...
Hillary, have I said one rude thing to you? I've told you I love you.
No, listen.
You have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and you talk a lot.
No. Okay, fine. Okay, whatever. I've heard that over and over again. If you were sincerely concerned...
I am, but there's nothing to reach you right now. You're inebriated. You're not in any state to actually absorb anything.
Oh my God. Okay, if you were sincerely concerned with another human being...
I am. I love everybody. I do.
You would admit that your perception is personal. But you don't do that.
Never said I didn't.
That means that you are not really concerned with other people.
All right, well, I can answer your question, and you're going to say I won't answer your question. Because I'm going to say, yes, my perception is my personal point of view.
I just proved you...
No, you didn't. See? Exactly. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm trying to answer your question, Hillary. Yes, I will agree with you. I will agree. Your perception is your point of view. And I am saying I understand that. I agree with you. And I will also say I've been trying to tell you how you need to separate your world...
Then why did you say that you didn't agree with me?
What did I disagree with you about?
Didn't you spend like the last 15 minutes saying that you disagreed with me?
About what?
Okay, so you don't disagree with me?
Guys, if I could interject for a second, I found that passage in the book of Daniel. It's Daniel 8:16, and he heard a man's voice between the banks of Ulai, which called and said Gabriel. So that's suggesting that God's talking to Gabriel. Make this man to understand the vision.
Mhm.
And so Angel Gabriel is the interpreter. Now
Mhm.
it cannot, it's impossible, right? It's impossible.
Is it impossible to have a dream?
Wait a minute, let me finish, mate, and then attack back.
No, I mean, it's easy, dude. This is why people, this is why...
Don't talk over, Ryan, don't talk over, please. Now, it's impossible to have a situation where you've got a human, right, falsifying prophecy. That's exactly what happened.
How can you falsify a prophecy?
Well, it's quite easy actually. What you do is you write down a story, right, about things that have happened in the past, and you make up a fictional character.
All right, you know what, dude? I'm tired of you trying to talk yourself out of something that you don't even know what you're talking about. So we're gonna take it on another level that you actually understand. And I'm gonna tell you this: you don't even know. Listen to me. You don't even know. You don't even know. You even know what gives you a thought. What made you think? Nothing. You don't know. You think.
I got this.
No, you don't.
I got this.
You think you live in this gigantic universe. Hold on. You trust your government and your education system more than your God. And all you do is casting stones. And I will tell you, I've been prefacing, I tell you I love you, but you are not of love. All you are is fulfilling your own ego and trying to tell me your opinion about something. You cast stones that you don't even back up. You have to go grab your Bible and go find it and say, Ryan, this is why you're wrong. And I'm telling you, no. I'm saying be above that. Be of love. Understand that you are humble.
What you need to understand about your anger.
And Rob, you need to...
No,
Ryan,
listen.
I didn't write your book.
What you need to understand...
Some other person did.
Ryan, I'm sorry. Give me
Tell me why you wear clothes. Why do you use money?
Like, Ryan, what you are yelling about has everything to do about you.
My passion?
And your relationship with God.
Exactly.
Like, why are you so angry about this relationship with God?
I'm passionate. And I'm not angry. I'm saying...
Have you heard of a thing called cognitive dissonance?
Yes, and that is a knee-jerk reaction when you hear something that you have thought was true.
But
you experience cognitive dissonance. And that is a mental, that is a man-made idea. Guys, you were trying to convince me. You're trying to convince me. You're trying to convince me, and I'm not trying to convince you. Ever since I came in here, I told you I love you, and it's cool, and everything you guys have done is ask me questions. I have not tried to hurt you or anything, and we all need to...
Except for calling us liars.
I didn't call you a liar.
Actually, yes, you did.
No, and I will tell you, Jesus says it's not as important as what goes in your mouth as what comes out.
Yeah, but Brian, if you're going to call someone a liar, what
I didn't call anybody a liar.
Well, you're calling my information inaccurate, right?
I'm not. No, I'm not. What have I said is inaccurate?
Oh, okay, so you accept then that I'm correct when I say Angel Gabriel is fabricated.
So we have to accept that he
all right,
did
fine. You know what? I'm going to bring it back down to you. Explain to me how gravity works. If I'm supposed to accept everything, you don't understand anything. You are accept what you are told. You say the Pledge of Allegiance.
He
You believe
did not
in government.
intend
You believe in
to
money.
call us liars, even
Yeah.
though it's very,
God is
very
never a
clear
liar.
that he did that.
God is never a liar.
Doesn't exist.
He doesn't exist?
Correct.
That is your own self-doubt.
No.
Okay, then fine. Explain to me how God... All right, do you believe in this, Rob? Do you believe in the scientific principle that matter cannot be created nor destroyed?
I don't really think about it, mate, to tell you the truth.
Well, then how can you tell me God doesn't exist?
No, because that's what I know from research.
How do you know? Researching what?
Book of Isaiah, Book of Revelations,
Book of Isaiah proves God doesn't exist?
Absolutely.
Rob, my
There
brother,
is
this is
no
why you.
proof.
This is why we are talking, and I am loving and I am excited because Rob, you are being ensnared, and Hillary, so are you, and I have my own weaknesses too, and we should
Now,
be
there
there
you
for
go.
each other. We should be there for each other. I'm telling you.
There you go. Hang on, mate. Hang on. There you go again, you see. You take the view that I'm immediately wrong, and you do that intellectually in your mind.
I said you're being ensnared.
Yes, I know, but that's an assumption on your part. You can't bring to the table any evidence that refutes my position. It's impossible.
You can't bring any evidence that proves your position.
And
Yes, I-
that is my point.
No, I can't.
Is that the
God.
opposite cannot prove the positive.
Duality is a part of existence, Hillary. I agree with you.
Exactly.
No, it's easy to prove.
My goal is not to negate the idea of God. My goal is to
have a good conversation.
Don't anyone interrupt me. My goal is to make clear what that conversation is, because it is a very serious conversation.
I agree. So you can't blame me when I get excited, and you can't blame me when.
But I can blame you if you don't produce evidence, because that's.
I can produce evidence.
Well, go ahead.
Your science, your logic says that matter cannot be created nor destroyed, only transformed, right?
No, Angel Gabriel. We were talking about. Hang on, keep it on track. We were talking about Angel Gabriel.
Yes, and I already said yes. Angel Gabriel protected Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego from the furnace that he said he would fire sevenfold over normal, and not a hair was singed on their head. And I said yes.
Yes, but I proved to you, or at least I presented a case
that the timetable was inaccurate. That's all you said.
No, that the prophecy, so-called prophecy, was written after the fact, so it was post-mortem to the actual events. Now that's fabrication.
The story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego was not a prophecy; it was an account.
Yes, but the story or the prophecy, you can't have one.
What is the final thing?
God is real. He loves us, and we're important.
Well,
that is the final thing.
And so why are you arguing other things?
I'm not arguing. I am answering, and Rob is not.
No, you're totally arguing like
how am I? I'm not arguing.
Shit.
No, I'm not. I'm being concise and accurate.
No, you are not being concise and accurate, because the biblical text is not concise and accurate. So it's like, oh my God, for you to claim biblical accuracy is ridiculous.
Well, Hillary, I said there's a difference between an account and a prophecy.
Yeah, but you
That has
can't-
nothing to do with biblical.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
something can be written at a certain time.
Yet again divest yourself of
No.
any responsibility.
No,
Good
no, I don't.
luck.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
My dear, no, I don't. Rob, you're saying that it couldn't have been written? Is that what you're saying?
you can't fabricate prophecy because that's an immoral act. You're basically telling fibs.
All right, Rob, the prophecies that Daniel has spoken of on are occurring and have yet to occur. They are a prophecy, a foretelling of the future.
Which one?
It's not going to happen, you fucking moron.
Okay,
It
that's your
never
opinion.
has happened. It's
That's your
not
opinion.
going to happen.
Hang on, Hillary. What's the prophecy that's going to
The
happen?
book of Daniel?
Yeah, you were suggesting that there's a prophecy to come or something?
Oh, of course.
He's totally convinced
And so-
that the book of
I'm not convinced.
Daniel is a prophecy.
Yeah. What's
Oh
the
No,
my
there are many
Oh my
facets.
God.
You cannot take something out of context, guys.
no? What's the prophecy that's yet to come?
Okay, the prophecy of Daniel.
Well, I don't know. I know specifically that they all end at 160 BC. That there's no beyond that point.
What
That's-
ends at 160 BC?
That was the end of the Maccabean revolt.
Like right, but those were the rising and the fall of many kings that Daniel was a wise man too. Okay, he was a respect elder to the many kings, and you know that there were 3 kings. Are you going to deny me that?
I remember 4 beasts.
All right. To be fair,
The 4th beast was Alexander the Great. He had 10 horns, and in history, Alexander conquered 10 kingdoms.
that's Revelation.
No, it's not. This is straight from the book of Daniel. I'll get you the passage if you wish.
Okay. To be fair, this is not something that we can discuss without people getting intrinsically involved. So I would rather talk about current events.
Dude.
I've already tried to answer all your questions, and every time you just say that I'm bullshitting, and I'm not. I'm telling you.
No. What we're saying.
What does BC? What does BC mean? Rob, what does BC mean?
Liar. I am
What does-
telling you that you are misinformed.
Yes.
You're misinformed.
No, we're not.
Oh, okay.
We can match the words in the Bible with actual historical events. And not only can we do it, but
No,
professors.
you can't do anything. No.
But wait a minute.
I
Wait a minute. Wait, Ryan.
All
Wait a
right,
second.
so let's say
Wait
the
a
Bible
second,
is wrong. I
Ryan,
can
wait a
prove
second.
all your science and mathematics is wrong.
Ryan, wait a second. Yale University professors.
Yeah,
Teach
an Ivy
exactly-
League.
Well, it doesn't matter, but they teach exactly
Uh-huh.
what I'm telling you.
What is that?
That all prophecies ended 160 BC.
Okay.
And that the authorship of the document is 164 BC or later.
So what you're implying is that every prophecy that was foretold should have ended by 160 BC.
It wasn't foretold
Yes.
at all. What I'm saying is, it wasn't foretold at all. What I'm saying to you is very clearly, some person wrote up and forged prophecy based on past events. That's exactly what happened.
Okay. Okay.
But for you to criticize,
No. Can you tell me?
for you to criticize me, you have to bring
I'm
your
not
evidence.
criticizing you. You opened the conversation
Don't
with
worry,
asking
mate.
me if the angel Gabriel existed, and I
Don't
said
worry.
yes.
Don't worry. Remember, I said at the outset that we still love you. There's no ill feeling here. But what
That's
I'm
what I
saying,
was going to say. Let's take it away from the Bible.
no, what I
and-
just wanted to say, just an important point, I think, is I just wanted to say that if you're going to take me on in a debate, don't do it without bringing your own information.
I already have been. So don't.
You've said to me.
If you're going to ask me a question and I don't agree with you,
what you said to me, mate, wait a minute. What you said to me is you said that they are future predictions, right? So I asked you, well, all right, which one, and what's it predicted?
No.
But you didn't provide any evidence.
You asked me if the angel of Gabriel existed, and then you said a little guy with wings. That's how you started your debate.
No. What I said, mate, was I said that angel.
Okay, how about this? Let's
hang on, wait a minute. Let me correct you, because you're speaking for me. What I said to you is Angel Gabriel, right? Angel Gabriel.
No, you asked me a question.
Hang on. Angel Gabriel never existed, ever, ever, ever.
And that is your opinion?
No, it's a fact. Because I can actually take the story over to Islam.
Dude, the shit that you have in your head as to the reality of not only yourself but other people is fucked up.
Now, who are you talking to, Hillary?
I am talking to Gary right now.
Who is Gary?
Yeah, why does she call you Gary? I've always known him as Ryan.
And Hillary, I said it's his opinion, and we should just move forward because we are talking in circles. It's your opinion.
I understand, Gus, and I said this like a half hour ago. It's like, okay, this person is just completely useless.
Who is? I can't tell. Is your hair pink or?
Is it really a serious question as to whether my hair is pink or not?
I'm red-green colorblind. I actually have trouble with. Yes, Yes.
I am too, Ryan.
So, does that mean that what we see is fact or fiction? It's our perception. Perception is reality.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Gus.
No.
But
no.
It's like, what infuriates me.
Perception is not reality. That's not a correct statement.
Yes, your perception is your belief, is your foundation, what you believe in and do and think.
No.
What?
Right, exactly. Like you guys think the Earth is a ball. You're right. Ryan, your perception is incorrect.
Ryan,
I will agree with you on that.
Statement.
You believe in dinosaurs, I bet.
If I'm a person that, you know, I go out and I look at something and I imagine that I see, you know, like a fairy or whatever, I'm delusional.
Uh-huh.
How is that reality?
To yourself it is.
To yourself it is. There is only one way of measuring reality. Only one. And that's through
what way is that?
Through the five senses.
No! Oh my God! Nobody understands motivation.
But that's why.
Oh my God!
You ever heard of?
Okay, so you have a dog. You have a pet dog, and it lives in your fenced backyard. Okay, and it lives in its happy little world, and you feed it, and you water it, and you take it inside, and your dog is happy with its reality and its life. It has its own perception of existence and understanding. It can only understand certain things. Okay, but just because that dog lives and sees something different doesn't mean it is not different to his own reality. That is how that dog exists. And man's flaw is an attempt to explain things that they cannot explain. Hillary, you're lighting a cigarette using a flame. and people cannot tell you, well, it's oxygen, it's a fire, it's earth, wind, air, and fire. You're made. There's so many things you can't tell me about gravity. You can't tell me about. There's so many things you cannot explain. But I can tell you that the soul and the human existence, and to be loving and to be kind to people, that is the way, man. And if you actually study the Bible, He don't want to hurt you. It's a message to be passed on. Duality.
That
Evil
is
and good.
what I do. I talk about what someone's motivation is. I don't care about their, end result. I care about their motivation. And I care about my motivation. And when I come across people who, don't
think differently
care
than you,
about that,
or they think differently than you.
well, yeah, that's right. When I come across people who don't
Think like you do.
Yeah, you're right.
Does that mean I'm wrong?
When I come across people who don't think like I do, I judge them.
Well, that's on you.
And I know that.
So, anyways.
Yeah. I promise you, the only measure of reality is through our senses. Period.
The
The only accurate one. What we form in our mind.
How many senses do you have?
The only choice I have.
Ever heard of nowism, or living in the moment, in the now?
The only choice I have.
At least you understand that you have a choice. Some people say that you don't even have a choice.
I know, but the only choice I have is this choice a good thing or a bad thing? Is it going to hurt people?
Right,
or
duality.
Is it going to help people?
Exactly.
And when I see people making the negative choice where they want to hurt people, I'm just like, don't do that.
I agree, and I also want you to realize that you're implying, because I've said things that are different than what you think, that it's negative, and I have not disagreed with you at all about how you should think, how you should treat people. Just because my mind is going a little faster than yours, I'm telling you, duality, love, opposite good, right. That's part of it.
No, that's all of it.
No, it's not.
No, I totally admit that I am really slow. So
are you stoned or drunk? Or both? It's okay. I've been drinking. So.
No, I said I am socially slow.
Oh.
Because I have.
You seem intoxicated.
Asperger's.
My ass.
No, true.
That's a cop-out. No, you know what? You know what's the truth? No, hear me out. The symbol of your medical industry is a serpent and a staff. And you have these doctors trying to tell you that you have a chemical imbalance or mental disorder and that you are just different and that we need to calm you down or dumb you down or get you stabilized or get you, focused or get you on the right way. It's like, no, man. We're responsible for our own actions. Sometimes I do things, like sometimes I drink too much and so then I'm hungover, and then and then I introduce things into my own body, and I'm fucking myself up. But I'm not trusting. I do not. It is a bullshit excuse to fucking take a pill. Okay, there are many things.
Isn't that kind of a projection on your point?
It is
Especially because I am an old school punk.
It is something that I think is important because you guys both hinted at things that I gathered from
Well,
this conversation.
apparently it was just really important for you to
Yeah, and I mentioned the serpent and the
step on
staff.
top of me. And do you know who I am? Have you seen any of the shit that I've done over the past 30 years? Well, no, actually, you were trying to put me down. So, no, I will not allow that because I am an old school punk. And I will say, you know what? Fuck you.
Fuck the ways of the world. That's what punk is.
Apparently you don't understand what fucking punk is.
What is punk?
If you think that is what punk is, then you are a child.
What is punk then?
Punk is I will do what I want.
How is that different than fuck the ways of the world? Or how is that different from Nike, just do it?
Hello.
I guess,
or Aleister Crowley, do without swill.
I guess sending you links to Iggy Pop won't help you.
Are you implying that I don't know who Iggy Pop is?
I am not implying that. I just said what I said.
I think music is a great part of the human experience.
Well, Ryan, now that we've worked out that the Bible's telling kids, now we can get you to move on and have a look at science's view on the world.
No, now that we moved on, that we don't need to discuss the Bible.
We can get you up to speed, with a globe, the Earth being a globe.
The globe was invented in what year?
It's always been there. It's always been a globe.
Oh, you sure about that?
No, but apparently I am the kind of person who can be ignored.
Don't worry about it. That's my advice.
24 hours to go. Whoa.
So does that
I will never be ignored because I am a punk and I know what that means. And this other person obviously does not know what it means.
You're a rebel without a cause.
A punk is not a rebel without a cause.
What's their cause?
The cause is individual perception of what is happening.
Anyways.
I call that wrong thinking.
What's up? Is that Sydney?
Yes, it is.
Yep.
It's
Oh, I'm still as crazy as ever. How about you?
Hi, Sid.
Indeed, indeed.
Sydney, what we were talking to Ryan about, and we didn't really make significant headway, but basically I was telling him that
No.
Angel Gabriel, don't do that. Angel Gabriel is not real, and we can demonstrably prove that based on evidence.
Which he didn't.
No, I did.
I said, Sydney, let's just move on. It's his opinion, and it's my opinion.
I don't
And
have
I
to hear
said,
what Rob has to say first before you.
My evidence still stands. My position was that
Your
the
opinion.
prophecy. No, it's fact. I've got evidence. The prophecies all terminate 160 BC, and the authorship of those particular prophecies occurred after the fact. So it's a fabrication of prophecy, and it's because of that, the nature of that's the document. Then it's impossible. Oh, sorry, because it's humans that are creating this body of work, and they did it. Ryan, there's a reason they did it too. They did it to rail in. Hang on, wait a minute. Rail back in.
Well, I was going to ask Sydney to facilitate to say how you didn't actually prove the last statement you just made.
You finished the summary. I'm just giving a summary. So what the Jews did is they wrote this book, probably with some Roman help, and then it was to get the Hellenized Jews back into the fold with a bit of God scaring stuff. And so it was written after the fact, so it has to be fabrication.
After what fact?
Because,
160 BC?
Yeah, 160 BC. Because all of the prophecies terminate 160 BC.
A prophecy does not mean that you write something. A prophecy is a foretelling.
Oh my God!
It doesn't matter when you. Again, Rob, let's just move on because all your whole point. Rob, let's boil it down. You're saying that there are timetable inaccuracies, therefore it proves it null and void. Is what you're saying.
Ryan, no. What I was saying is that the person that wrote the prophecies lied.
Who?
They fabricated. Some Jewish scholar.
Who was the first person to sail around the world?
Eh?
Who was the first person to sail around the world?
And because of that, Angel Gabriel is a fabrication. Now, hang on. Oh, hello, Patrick. How are you?
Dude, just drop it, man. You didn't make any good points, and I don't even care, man.
Well, you didn't really listen to me long enough, but equally.
Oh, yes, I did.
You didn't bring it. Well, I gave
yes,
you the 7. Well, perhaps I didn't mention the 77s. Are you familiar with that passage?
Everything you keep saying is it was written in 160 BC.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the 77s passage?
Rob, you know what? I don't understand why so many people wanted to get in your Hangouts.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you for welcoming me. I only just got here and what the fuck is going on?
Well, Patrick.
Hey, Patrick.
Come back to it in a minute, but Ryan, just want to point out something there. What you just did, right, was like a little bit of a personal attack.
It was not a personal attack.
Yes, say it
I've
again.
said let's just move on. All you're talking about is that it was written in 160 BC. It was your idea. You brought it up.
You're ignoring the personal attack. And unfortunately, or fortunately for you, I can't remember exactly what it was. But it doesn't matter, mate. I'm not offended or worried by it.
Bro, I'm sorry if you thought I personally attacked you. I love you. I did not attack you. I'm sorry.
All right, let's keep it that way. But
let's keep it that way. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun.
No,
seriously, let's have some fun. People get so serious. Let's have some fun.
That's an important thing to keep an eye on our conversations when these events happen, because when we get emotive and get all worked up, there's a reason for it. There's a it's the cognitive dissonance, probably the best way to describe it. It occurs when your beliefs are, your mind sees a threat coming,
from another idea that's introduced into your mind, and then that's when your behaviour shifts a little. And
Like that's when you accuse someone of personally attacking you because they have a different idea than you.
No, not at all. It's a very specific.
All right, listen. I just got here. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. But Ryan, will you please let him explain what's going on?
Patrick, what's the matter, dude? You got laryngitis? Are you okay? Seriously, man.
Well, I'll try and wrap it up for because Ryan wants to move off the topic.
Let's move on, man. I'm sorry. We can agree to disagree. Let's just move forward. Who cares?
Hang on, Patrick. Patrick's just asked.
I just got here. I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Somebody give Patrick some fucking water.
Now, I was just, to make it really, really brief, I was just saying to
Ryan,
sorry, thanks, mate. I was saying to Ryan that Angel Gabriel is a non-event, not real, and I was giving a case to demonstrate why I know that that's actually true. And that's what we're on about. But I was also pointing out to him about how we, and I do it too, how we can get into these little personal attack games when our ideas and beliefs are under threat. So that was it. What are you up to, Patrick?
I saw the invite. I came in, and I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Well, that's it. We can move on to something else. Perhaps someone else has got something they want to talk about.
I don't want to. I don't want to pretend that I know what the fuck is going on, but I have had interactions with Ryan, and I can be biased against him. But again, I don't want to. I came in here because I saw the invite and I came in. I want to thank you for inviting me. But in any case, I don't want to be.
Can I say something? You know what happened?
I don't want to be nasty about this.
Me and Rob actually just had.
Again, Ryan, just let me finish. You're already showing that you're.
I was gonna say we both showed our fortitude.
I've
known Rob for a long time, and he knows that. We have.
It's cool.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's cool.
Yeah, but hang on, wait a minute. Let Patrick finish.
I know. He just does that all the time.
No, he's having a say. That's it. Go ahead, Patrick.
I don't remember what I was going to say, but the point is that Ryan does have the habit of doing that. He has a habit of tramping on the subject. I just got here, like, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't.
Excuse me for just fucking getting here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't, man. We were cool. I'm glad you're here, man. I've been nice to you, man. Even though we disagree. That's what I find annoying. I don't see any problem with people disagreeing. And, like, it's okay. Let's just move on. Let's have another conversation. So.
Yeah, but if you're going to have debates and that, I think there's a structure that should follow, and that is that you each trade your evidence. And if you can't defend a position without any evidence, then you're obliged, I think, to say, well...
Okay, well then fine. Rob, if you want to hear this, that your evidence was that the book was written in 160 BC and that means that everything is inaccurate, then fine. That's your evidence. I don't care. Great. Can you also prove to me how a dinosaur exists? Can you tell me the first discovery of a dinosaur? Why don't you give me evidence of that?
Patrick might be able to.
Okay, listen. Fuck you, Ryan. You're a fucking asshole. And
that's not good evidence.
I'm just gonna mute, and from now on, I'm
sounds
just
like cognitive dissonance.
And therefore, I'm just gonna fucking listen to you. I'm just gonna listen to all this stuff, so that maybe, just maybe, I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna do it, but just maybe I'm gonna make a video of how stupid you fucking are. I doubt it. I doubt it. Don't worry about it. I don't have the talent to make
I
all
didn't
this
ask
happen.
you,
But
man.
you're a
Why do
fucking
you?
asshole for thinking
Why?
stupid shit. But you know what? I'm just
Right.
gonna sit here. Listen, I'm gonna be entertained.
You're getting
I
upset.
love my entertainment, and
Yeah.
I'm here to fucking listen to the
Well, then
entertainment.
cool off,
and
man.
you
I
are
didn't even
here,
ask you.
and you are here, and you are gonna entertain me. So
Ryan,
I'm just gonna shut the fuck up right now.
Chill out, man. Why are you being so hateful?
No, hang on. I understand actually why. Patrick, you know, is into science. Science is a big deal for him. Now, people that are interested in science, they like to provide evidence. They're really interested in reality. It's offensive to someone that's interested in science when someone comes along with ideas that a scientist knows have no basis. Hang on, wait a minute, don't talk over it.
You said evidence. I just asked for evidence.
Hang on. Ryan, it's not a personal attack. It's an explanation.
I know it's not.
It's an explanation. I'm
Just
explaining.
give me the evidence.
I'm explaining Patrick's position, why it frustrates him, why he gets annoyed. So it's not a personal thing on his part, but your ideas he finds offensive because to him they're just completely ridiculous. It's sort of like you know in the Bible it's got this thing.
All right, Rob. If my ideas are so ridiculous,
thank you, Rob, for
can
saying
somebody,
that. It's completely ridiculous.
guys? Well, then let me explain. Show me the evidence of the first Tyrannosaurus Rex discovery.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. But I just wanted to finish.
No,
up
but that's scientific, empirical evidence.
What's that? And what is it about?
I want to see it.
What do you want to see?
It's a tooth.
Shut the fuck up, Ryan, and let. And
the
let
term
him
dinosaur was coined before a dinosaur was discovered.
That's what he.
All right, Patrick, is that scientific talk?
No, it's I'm making fun of you. Talk.
I know, but I'm not making fun of you. I'm just asking serious
I know
questions.
you're not making fun of me, but I am making fun of you.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
That's the fact is
explain
that
to me
I have
why
the
you're making
habit
fun
of
of me.
making fun of you. If you don't like it, well, then you can tell me to fuck off.
Is
I don't
it
give a
because you're
shit.
offended
I don't
that
give
I
a shit,
said?
and I know this
that
is
you-
live, but the fact is, I am making fun of you. Yes, I am making fun of you.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Can I have 20 seconds, Rob and Patrick? Be quiet, please. 20 seconds. You're both, Patrick especially, just yelling at me and getting upset. And I just asked for some scientific, empirical evidence.
Yeah.
The dinosaurs
quick,
didn't exist.
Show me all the
you make
evidence in this fucking hangout, as if I'm able to fucking come up with all the evidence that you're asking for.
It should be
Fuck you,
very
asshole.
easy.
You're a fucking dickhead. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
Insulting someone.
I'm sorry. This is not my hangout, and I shouldn't say that. But never mind. I'm gonna mute now.
I mean, it should be easy. It should be easy for you. Instead of getting.
Ryan. There's a little bit of the devil in you there.
Me?
Hang on, mate.
Me? Did I just cuss someone out?
No. Let's be truthful. You're agitating.
I'm asking a question.
Ryan, I would back it in. You guys have come across each other many times.
Well, I haven't brought up dinosaurs to him, no.
Well, perhaps not. But don't we...
So anyways,
well,
next.
Let me try and see if I can answer it. And I don't know anything about bloody dinosaurs. But I do know that we have dinosaurs in museums, don't we?
They're actually plaster Paris artist depiction skeletons. They're actually not fossil. No, I'm answering your question. No. Look up the discovery of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Look up the discovery of first dinosaur. No, I'm telling you.
No.
I'm telling you, they find a tooth in one part of the country, a leg bone in the other. I'm telling you.
Okay, but all right, if that happens, I don't know. But
exactly. So then, why?
But hang on, they age those fossils, don't they?
Who ages them? What do you mean they age them?
Scientists.
They age them. What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Patrick, if you're able to give you a better definition. But what I understand is that they're able to age fossils and give them a date.
Oh, you
date.
mean like date? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Let's assume that the carbon dating is correct.
Okay. If you're asking me for some
Just
input,
a second.
I want you to tell me about the first Tyrannosaurus Rex that was discovered.
Hang on, wait a minute.
Wait. I'm sorry. I know that I wasn't going to say anything, but if you're asking me for some input,
Yep.
yes, they do make plaster of Paris. They do make copies of these fossils. The idea is that the actual findings, the actual bones that they find, they need to preserve these things, and to display them to the public, they make plaster of Paris copies of these things to show in the museums. Yes, that's a fact.
Isn't a fossil preserved?
I just shut the fuck up for a second and let me explain this. The point is that they're not going to show you the actual artifact, because these things are very fragile, and yes, Ryan, they actually do make plaster of Paris copies of these fossils to show the public. That is a fact. Yes. But that doesn't mean that these fossils don't actually exist. It just means that they're trying to preserve.
Then I believe you. Then tell me the story of how they found one. Tell me the story of Tyrannosaurus Rex. You know how I know? Because I've already researched it.
I appreciate you think that I am that genius, but I can only tell you that I listen to those people.
Listen to me. They found a tooth in one part of the country, a leg bone in the other. And tell me when's the last time, until recently, they ever pretended to find a dinosaur skull. Okay, gentlemen? So I find it very...
Pretended? Wait. Why are you injecting these fucking stupid ass words, pretended? You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking jerk off. Fuck you.
Okay, fine. Prove me wrong.
So now, Ryan,
do you realize how ridiculous it is? It should be so easy to prove me wrong.
Ryan, wait a minute. So what we accept now is that yes, they do make plaster casts of the original fossil.
And I'm saying that the first discovery of Tyrannosaurus Rex was a tooth and a bone in two totally different parts of the country.
Wait a minute, because this is a very short argument. We carbon date the fossils, the original ones, not the plaster casts. We carbon date those, don't we? So we can get an age of these fossils.
Show me the fossil, Rob. That's the problem.
Is what I said a lie or misinformation?
You can't show me a fucking fossil is the point. Even
yes,
of course
we can. Just
show me.
The fucking museum.
Tell me about the discover a museum. You just said it's plaster of Paris. Look it up online. Tell me the discovery of a Tyrannosaurus.
The reason why they make these copies is to preserve the originals.
I don't care about the bones.
Tell
me the story. Tell me the story.
Fuck you twice. Fuck you 10 times. Fuck you to the power of 16.
Gentlemen, why are you so offended if I'm just asking you to tell me?
I'm offended by assholes, and you are an asshole.
Now, wait a minute, Ryan.
Tell me how they discovered a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Ryan, I just need to pick you up again. This is why you and Patrick have such a bad relationship.
No, it's not. Both of you,
his position.
You asked for evidence.
Now,
none of you can provide me any evidence. All you're saying is fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I don't say that.
So I'm wrong?
Hey, Ryan, you just said that I swore. When did I last swear?
Okay, Rob did not swear, Patrick swore, but neither of you. I've asked you a question to tell me about the story.
Hang on, just quiet for a minute.
The discovery of dinosaurs.
Ryan, you're diverting.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Ryan, there's a line of inquiry that I'm trying to follow, and you keep diverting away from it.
My inquiry is...
No.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Now, where we got to was, we have fossils. Do you agree with that?
Fossil is a petrified object.
Now, do you further agree? Petrification
has nothing to do with
the dinosaur.
Do you further agree?
You can petrify a tree. A tree can be petrified. It
All right.
becomes, okay? A tree can be petrified. Okay,
Now, do
that
you-
does not mean that petrification has nothing to do with what I said. I
Now,
said, look
do
up the
you-
discovery of a Tyrannosaurus Rex or a dinosaur and tell me.
Ryan, yes, I'm guilty of fucking muting you because I think you're a fucking asshole. But
You think I'm an asshole? You
Yeah, I
should've
do.
just proved
But
me
I'm
wrong.
gonna tell you that you need to let Rob talk. You need to shut the fuck up and let Rob talk.
You know what would shut me up? If you could just give me some empirical scientific evidence that you guys cling to. Just show me.
You need to let Rob talk.
Yeah,
Period.
You need to answer my question.
You're
Tell
an
me
asshole, and you need to let Rob talk.
why am I an,
You know what?
am
You
I
know
an
what's funny?
asshole because I'm saying you can't prove
No,
what I'm
you know what's
telling
really
you?
funny? You know what's really funny? I don't even agree with. I don't even have Rob in my circles. You know what?
Patrick,
you know what?
prove me wrong then.
I don't even.
Why are you so upset?
I don't even have Rob in my circles, and I don't even agree with Rob. And I still think that you're having trouble with letting Rob talk. I think that you're trying to talk over Rob.
I'm not trying to talk over
sorry,
Rob.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Gus.
asking anybody in here to prove me wrong.
I'm sorry,
you know
Gus,
what? This is kind of hard because what ends up happening.
I need to let
What
Ryan
ends
know.
up happening? No, Patrick, calm down. Calm down, okay?
Sorry,
you're
Gus, but I
guzzling,
need
you're
to let
guzzling
Rob
that.
know.
You're guzzling that fucking wine, and it's making you fucking punchy. Okay?
No.
It's
What I'm
making
trying
you
to
punchy.
say
You're
is,
becoming combative. You're not normally like this, Patrick.
I'm normal.
You're not
I am
normally like this.
combative
No, you're
against
not
Ryan.
normally like this. No, you're not.
You are being hyper and combative.
I
yes.
am trying to say that Ryan is not
back the
letting
fuck up
Gus.
for a minute.
I am trying to say that Ryan is not letting Gus
You know what?
speak.
You know what?
Period.
I
I'm
have got
done.
a fucking mute button too. Now,
Okay. Yeah, sorry, go.
Ryan, I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but more to the point, I don't know why. If you really think that the modern fucking science of archaeology is somehow so easily disproved, if you think paleontology is so easily disproved by this one question that you think somehow nobody's ever asked and has never been answered in all of the time we've been collecting dinosaur bones for at least 150 years, you're out of your fucking mind. Can we provide you right now with the answer that you're looking for, right now, here in an organic conversation where it might not be possible to dig out the information you're looking for? No, but that doesn't mean that all of a sudden archaeology and paleontology is incorrect. If you think it is, I suggest that you strike your head repeatedly against a solid object until it starts working again.
I think you should consider how privatized archaeology.
I think at the end of the day, you need to stop being stuck on transmit, and I think you need to be on receive for a bit, because you are pissing everybody off.
Yeah,
and I have a mute key too.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so we'll just move on past that one because I'm outlandish.
Ryan, let me speak for a second.
Gus, I appreciate your feedback. Let's move on to
Ryan, stop talking.
Let's move on to the next one.
Well, Ryan, I'm just going to make a bit of a wrap-up comment. I hope you can see, because if you reflect, right, after you get out of this hangout, etc., reflect on your role in debates and how they run and why people get annoyed, etc. You've got an effect on that. My advice to you is, right, is not to jump in. Grab a pen and paper, and when you get an idea in your mind that you want to express, just take a note of it, and then wait your turn, and then jump in and have your say, and you know, everyone gets a bit of a go. And I just want to wrap up by saying...
Are you new here, Rob?
Hey?
Are you new here?
I appreciate that, Rob, but I've already researched it.
Have you been coming into these hangouts for a while?
Well, about a year ago I was in and out.
I wouldn't just throw that out there if I didn't.
I've only just come back recently.
If I didn't research it.
Because I mean, these things are a mosh pit at the best of times. And,
I understand that. I understand. I've been through all.
Your gentle admonitions to more gentlemanly conduct and Marquis of Queensberry rules, but not a chance.
Oh,
not
well,
around here.
We'll see.
No, I know, Rob. No, Gus, and I appreciate it too. I understand.
Well, Ryan, start practicing now. Just keep quiet for a second.
Well, gentlemen,
exercise control, mate. That's the secret. Now, listen. The point that you kept stopping me from making, you kept. Now, this is something that you've got to learn as personal control, right? Because you're at fault. Now, the point I wanted to make, and you kept bloody interrupting, was that we can carbon date fossils. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Control yourself. We can carbon date fossils. Now, we can carbon date beyond 6,000 years. So immediately, that's a massive threat to the biblical proposition. 6,000 years ago, God created all of this. Our science shows. Now,
okay, those are all things
wait a
that
minute.
I did not bring those up though.
Exercise control, right?
Exercise control. I didn't say bring up carbon dating.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does, because
no.
Gus, stop muting me, Rob.
It's a big problem.
I said you could agree.
Don't interrupt. Let me finish my point, and then you have your go.
Fair.
Right, now,
I will let you finish, but you will let me have my go.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
You see, Gus, you're doing exactly what I was doing. I was muting Ryan. So,
Yes, indeed.
fuck everybody. I'm just gonna.
I didn't bring up carbon dating.
I'm just saying. You see where I'm coming from now.
Yeah, we do. Now, Ryan, and this is why Patrick's got a fair reason, because from our point of view, right, people on the other side are frustrated beyond reason because we can't get a point. We continue being. Just want to get our point out. So I'm going to finish my point, and then you have a go. So my point to you is this. The challenge for a religious person, so there's no challenge here. The information, wait, control yourself. The information is already available. The scientific community has done all their work. The challenge that sits upon you and upon your shoulders is you must prove that wrong. And the trouble is, you can't. It's an impossibility. There you go, and that's my point. God didn't exist, mate. Accept it.
Okay. I appreciate that. And my whole point was that science does not prove the existence of dinosaurs. It's just a thought. It's an idea that you don't even know.
Dinosaurs did actually exist, and we have
I'm
telling you a timeline of
hold on.
a specific dinosaur.
Show me about the Tyrannosaurus
thing is
Rex.
that you're spinning out.
I didn't bring up carbon dating. I didn't bring up religion. I didn't bring up God. I did not bring up any of those things.
Yeah, you did.
I said look up the. No, I didn't. I said look up the discovery of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the origin.
Yeah, fuck you.
And I said, listen to me. I said you will find. They said they found a tooth in one part of the country, a leg in the other, and they came up with the idea. And I said not until recently did they ever produce.
Mountain of evidence. There is.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is. You fucking idiot.
I think it's very.
You just want to like say that the Earth is flat. You are a fucking idiot.
No.
To be any long-winded argument. The question that you Christians need to address is carbon dating. If you can prove it's flawed, then you've got a case. If you cannot, you've got nothing. That's the end of the discussion. Don't need anything else to be discussed at all. If you cannot prove carbon dating is flawed, then you're done. God didn't exist. Hey, what happened there? Did Ryan leave?
No,
there you are,
it's
mate.
here.
You came back. Yeah.
So, can we move on now? Since nobody can
no, the problem isn't that they found one tooth here and then one bone on the other side of the country, and then they kind of stopped and went, okay, well, that's all the proof that we need. The problem is that they found skeletons in various stages of completion. They found a number of skeletons in various stages of completion, all of them structurally identical to each other, and they slowly, just like you would layer on a pastry sometimes. And different bones that existed would fill in gaps in the fossil record of that particular dinosaur, and they have enough of these bones, and they have enough of an idea where they were positioned, they have enough of an idea of what's going on, that over time they were able to identify what you're talking about, the Tyrannosaurus rex. The first time that they discovered the Tyrannosaurus rex is not as important as how much information they gathered since then. That's the point.
Show me more.
I'm not. You want to see? You want to see more? Are you? Hang on, Patrick.
Can you show me a skeleton of a Allosaurus, a Brontosaurus, a Stegosaurus?
Ryan,
show me the skull of a Triceratops.
Why do you keep saying Patrick? Why do you keep
because I just give me some room to maneuver.
Guys, if I thought you were finished. If I am wrong,
Ryan,
scientifically, can you just give me a link that
Ryan. If you're an American,
give me a skeleton of a Stegosaurus.
Ryan, if you're an
Triceratops.
Ryan, if you're an American, go to the Smithsonian.
The Smithsonian is a plaster of Paris.
No, it's
not. It's an artist's depiction. Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
I'm finding it offensive that
I'm finding it's offensive. It should be easy for you to prove.
The gigantic statues that you see that the public can reach out and touch, yes. Those are copies, but in the back, in the back where you can only see by appointment, but by seeing by appointment doesn't mean that only the hoi polloi or only the elite can go and see them. If you can see them. Not only that, but those copies weren't made out of people's imaginations. The statues that are out front for people to touch and brush up against, and which is something you wouldn't allow happen to real fossils because they are fragile.
Those are irrelevant.
Nonsense. They are copied. Hang on, Patrick.
Why can't I even talk? Why can't
because you're. I'm trying to make a multifaceted.
You're telling me an archaeologist didn't take a picture of a Triceratops fossil?
Patrick, if you
I agree with you.
Show me a Triceratops fossil in the ground.
I'm not allowed to talk. But it's okay, Gus. It's okay, Gus. I agree with you.
You are all around allowed to prove me wrong. Show me a fucking Stegosaurus fossil.
Excuse me,
Patrick.
Don't tell me that it's behind closed doors.
It's like 12 people trying to shake one person's hand at a time.
I'm agreeing with you, and I just wanted to make a statement. And
you were taught from a young age to believe in dinosaurs.
I'm not allowed to talk because Gus is the fucking.
You know what I like?
Hang on 1 second, guys. 1 second. When someone's developing,
that I brought up something that you guys think
Gus,
about.
Go ahead and mute me.
Shush up. 1 second.
Show me a Triceratops skull.
Ryan.
Yep, they've got them.
Oh, mate, and I'll have to
I'm 6 seconds away from fucking leaving this hangout.
If that's to bring your blood pressure down. Maybe.
Why is it offensive?
Because Gus, I'm agreeing with you, and you're muting me.
Yes, I am.
It's offensive because you guys can't prove me wrong.
No, fuck you too, Gus.
Listen, everybody, otherwise I'll close the whole hangout.
You can't.
What's happening?
You can't close the hangout. Rob, you can't close the hangout.
I'm muting myself, Gus. I'm muting myself.
Once you open this...
Gus, you have a fucking...
1 minute. What I want to do is make a point.
Gus, don't mute.
What?
I've been making a point the whole time.
Shut up. What Gus was trying to do was build an argument.
Fuck you.
You have to let him finish.
I'm agreeing with
you. You have to let him finish.
I'm agreeing with you.
He told me that they were behind the fossils or behind closed doors.
Now, Ryan,
you know what, Gus?
Ryan, you have to allow Gus to finish his point.
I'm agreeing with Gus, and he's still an asshole.
Patrick, you are fucking guzzling that red wine, and it's
Fuck
making you an
Gus.
angry
No,
fucker.
Gus, you're an asshole because I'm agreeing with you.
Guzzling that fucking red wine, and it's making you a punchy, angry asshole. And I've seen this before, and I'm so fed up with this crap because you get into that fucking red wine, and by the end of the friggin' night, you don't know what the hell you're talking about at the time. Yeah, all you're doing is going and fighting everybody. That's all you're doing.
No,
That's fuck you this, and it's fuck you that, and it's fuck you the other thing. And I wish the fuck you'd dry out a bit.
And Gus, I do appreciate, and Rob knows this too, I have nothing wrong with disagreeing with people. I like having conversations. Doesn't mean we have to agree, but we should be polite.
Well, wait a minute, Ryan. There's a lesson in there for you. One of your bad habits, truly bad habits, is fucking interrupting. So we're going to kick things off again. Now, Patrick, Gus, I don't see Patrick. Maybe if you're drinking, Patrick, maybe that's firing up a bit. But his points have been valid. He's frustrated with Ryan, and we can all see why that would occur. Ryan, honestly, mate, I'm being as honest as I can be. That problem is your problem. Stop fucking interrupting. So let's kick it off again. Gus, build your argument.
I'm just playing a game.
Let's talk about something else.
I'm playing the mute game. I just finished meeting. I just finished meeting Gus about 100 times because he's playing that fucking stupid ass game. Fuck you, Gus. I was agreeing with you, and you continued to meet me. I just played that game. I'm done.
Let it go. Show some class. Let it go. Gus, you were trying to make a point. Oh, there we go.
Well, I mean, I think I made my point. I think sort of saying, well, where are the bones? Where is the skeleton? Where's the this? Where's the that? You know, you go to the Smithsonian. It's that simple. They're there. I mean, those statues that are out front are made by they're made by exact duplication of the stuff that's on hand.
No, they're not.
Yeah, yes, they are. Yes, they are. I'm sorry, you're just plain wrong, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan.
Straight up.
Okay.
Wait a minute, 1 second. Gus, isn't it enough, though, to rest the whole argument on carbon dating?
No.
No, I'm asking Gus.
You know, I don't necessarily. I mean, I suppose you could, yes, but I think an argument is an awful lot like a stool, right? I mean, like any chair, the more legs it has, the more stable it is. So I think carbon dating should be taken into account as part of the overall proof of current archaeological and paleontological science.
But you guys haven't given me any proof other than saying that behind closed doors.
Smithsonian.
Other than behind closed doors.
Smithsonian.
Yeah. So Ryan,
what proof is there at the Smithsonian?
Smithsonian.
What proof?
Smithsonian.
What? Behind closed doors?
Go to the Smithsonian.
But if we hold the discussion or the debate at carbon dating, then science. No, wait a minute, Ryan. Let me finish. If we hold the debate at carbon dating, the scientific position is very clear. So, you know, on one side of the argument, it says carbon dating is effective and it dates, you know, well back into time. To my mind, it's then on religions to actually prove that carbon dating is wrong. And that, to me, is the end of the discussion. If you allow the discussion to open up any wider, you just, you know, you'll go round and round in circles. All you do is say to religious folks, trot out, find an argument or demonstrate a case that says carbon dating's wrong. They can't do it, and the argument's finished. That's my point. Anyway,
well, good.
What do you want?
And I would tell you that I didn't bring up religion or carbon dating.
Doesn't matter, mate, because carbon dating age, you know, gives us an age of these fossils. That age is greater than 6,000 years, and so therefore, from a scientific point of view, the Bible's telling lies. Prove carbon dating wrong.
Well, the man has a point.
You know how you could logically say that carbon dating is wrong even though it's been proven to be inaccurate?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because carbon dating is a measure of decay, and I always tell people that time is a measure of decay and sun revolution and your idea of action-reaction. Carbon dating says that something is 65 billion years ago. Okay, fine. How do you even know that carbon dating could work 1,000 years ago?
Carbon dating doesn't work 1,000 years ago.
Carbon
dating has a set of year. Think of them as bookmarks, okay?
What I mean is, there's no reason you could prove.
Yeah, Ryan, you cut over.
So
Please
between this particular period of time in history, and that particular period of time in history, and everything between this and that is an area that carbon dating can actually speak to, because that's what the decay of the carbon isotope that it is set to measure. But there's also anomalies, right? There are certain anomalies. For instance, I mean, they discovered that there were a number of clams and mussels that were being, carbon dated at like a jabillion years old or whatever, when it couldn't possibly be so because they were alive. But what they were discovering was that the seabeds that they were living on contained an awful lot of earth that had, elements of this extremely old carbon molecule in it, and they were taking it in just sort of as part of their daily existence, and it was being built into their shells. So every now and then there are anomalies, but generally speaking, by and large, carbon dating, when exercised within the acceptable and understood limits of the technology, is accurate. Yes, of course, every technology has limits, Ryan. Every technology has limits.
And which, again, is why I didn't make carbon dating any relevant to my
Well, but here's
statement.
the thing. Here's the thing, though. You're
because I can tell you I don't need carbon dating.
Okay, Ryan, we got that point. Over to Gus.
Well, but
I don't need religion.
Hang on.
But the problem is that Rob is saying, you're saying, well, what do we know about archaeology? What do we know about paleontology? Show me the bones. Show me the bones. Show me the bones.
Yeah.
Rob is saying not only have the bones been shown, but the bones have been carbon dated, and you can't carbon date imagination. The bones have been carbon dated, and they have been shown to have existed back in those days. You can't carbon date a plaster Paris skeleton. You can't carbon date imagination. And this carbon dating process has gone on thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of times. We have carbon dated everything we can get our hands on. And we have got a pretty good picture of what went on back in those days. What was alive and what wasn't.
I was wise in leaving the argument of carbon dating out of it, because that's a whole nother ball of wax.
Yes, but you can't disconnect the two ideas, Ryan.
Yes,
you can't disconnect the two ideas.
Yes, I can. Show me the fucking skull of a Tyrannosaurus Rex on the ground. Show me a Triceratops.
I'm sorry, Ryan.
I'm sorry you can't.
As much as you don't like the answer, go to the Smithsonian. They're there.
No, go to the internet.
The internet is no substitute for an actual repository of information. All right? Yes. Somebody writing about something on a blog, somebody taking pictures of something and uploading it to the internet is no substitute for being in those gigantic archival halls in the Smithsonian where the stuff is actually kept.
So, a Brontosaurus skeleton is in the...
First of all, we don't use the term Brontosaurus anymore.
Brontosaurus is gigantic... Allosaurus?
The Allosaurus we use, but just to help you out, we call them Brachiosaurs now.
Brachiosaurus.
That's right. We don't call them
Triassic, Jurassic, Mesozoic.
Yeah. That's
we
right.
We have a really good understanding of all those periods.
We have a good understanding of all those periods. You know why? Because we found fossils from all those periods.
And we carbon dated
them. And on those rare occasions that carbon dating wasn't appropriate, we used another form of radiological dating, and we got it right.
Radiological has nothing to do with carbon.
Of course it does. Of
All right,
course
guys,
it does.
just show me freaking skull of a dinosaur. I didn't bring up carbon dating.
Well, Ryan, no, we refuse
Carbon dating does not
Ryan, have you been
prove.
drinking? Have you been drinking, Ryan?
to. Ryan,
Yes, and
Ryan,
but I'm not.
So
All
you
right.
have been drinking.
Okay,
Ryan,
this would be
we
easy. This would be like,
we-
okay, prove to me that.
Ryan, we refuse to. The task is now in your court.
Okay,
We've
then
given-
answer
we've
me
given-
this.
we've given
Why do you believe dinosaurs exist?
No, we refuse that as well.
No,
Because
why do you believe they existed?
we refuse.
What proof do you have?
We refuse. We have the carbon dating in the skeletons, but we refuse
You don't.
to do
You
that.
don't have the
because-
skeletons.
Yes, we do.
So what were
You
those
don't.
bones we dug into the ground, Ryan?
Ryan,
I want to see the bones we dug under the ground.
have evidence.
Go
We have evidence. We've
to the Smithsonian. They're right there.
We've
Honestly, Rob, you don't have to strain yourself anymore beyond that
Right.
answer. Go
Yeah.
to the Smithsonian. They're right there.
I want to stick with putting.
So before the Smithsonian,
I want to put the responsibility on Ryan to actually refute carbon dating.
I want to put the
I
Smithsonian on. I want to put the responsibility on Ryan to sober up a little bit and then come back with his question.
I want
Yeah,
you
Rick-
guys to answer. All right, let's just move on because you're not giving me any scientific empirical
Rob,
evidence.
you are Ryan. You are literally too drunk to understand.
No, I'm not.
What I'm telling you.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Show
Yeah.
me
Yeah,
freaking.
you are.
Next topic.
Explain to me how you could find little pieces of a skeleton.
Hey, Ryan, why do you think that I believe, I'm not really a believer, I prefer evidence, but why do you think I think that religions are
I don't know.
cults
You didn't
designed by
even let him finish the question.
I can't get into his mind. I would say.
You didn't even let him finish the question.
I know, but I can't answer it.
You can't answer if you don't know what he's asking you.
Yeah. So hang on, Ryan. Slow down a bit. What do you think that I think that, because this is what I do think, right? I think that religions are, well, I think that they're fabrications. Now that's pretty clear, that's my position. But why do you think they were fabricated if I'm correct? Now you obviously believe that they're all God-inspired.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. How did they come to be?
I think religion is a tool of deception and evil. It's the legion, the legion of evil, legion, the many. How many spirits were in the man that Jesus cast out? Said, how many? We are legion, we are many. Legion. Religion is a divide and conquer tactic.
So the Christian faith is not
Jesus
a legitimate...
never said be Christian.
Right, okay. So the Christian faith is an organisation, not a God.
Jesus looked at Peter and said, "Peter, upon this rock I shall build my church." Obviously, he intended for there to be a church. He told Peter that upon him he was going to build that church.
What about Islam, Ryan? What do you think of Islam? Is that a true religion or a false one? Or
there's a difference between church and religion. Church is the body, and religion is again a tool of division.
So, do you belong to a church or a religion or?
Yeah, the body.
Huh?
And you have to have community. Absolutely.
Yeah, Ryan's been drinking, so.
So what, man?
Modulate your expectations of what he can actually tell
modulate
you.
yourself with your vernacular.
Ryan's always drinking.
The fact that Ryan's drinking right now is a non sequitur. He's answering the question, so stop bringing it up. Stop trolling Ryan. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think I was being accurate.
Hey, bearded dude, listen, bearded dude. If his answers, if he can't understand what we're telling him for answers, because he's been packing in the fucking Bushmills or whatever?
Stop focusing on the non sequitur. I understood his answer. Now stop focusing on it. Ask Rob. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was answering. So again, you're assuming, and I already answered. I'm not going to answer again.
Well, let's who, if that's the case,
The drinking is not a non sequitur. You want a piece of me down? Come and fucking get it. But the drinking's not.
I already said I've been
Here we go.
drinking, but just because I'm drinking doesn't mean that I'm not answering your questions accurately. I am.
All right, let's see. All right, let's move on. Let's see how you go. So, who created the religion then?
I already told you, it's a tool of deception, the evil one.
Oh, so the devil.
You can call him the devil. I just said the evil one, the deception, the lie. There's a split that has happened.
Oh.
Yes, it is not a tool of God. God does not want to divide.
Right. Okay.
How do you know what God wants?
Because God is constant.
That doesn't explain anything. How do you know what God wants? Hello?
I'm pausing because I understand how you baited the question. I'm going to answer you.
The question is very simple. How do you know what God wants?
It doesn't matter if I say that I know what God wants. My answer was. My answer.
How do you know what God wants?
Never claimed it.
There's no real decent answer for that, Gus, I'm afraid. Because
okay,
it doesn't.
I didn't say
well, doesn't he?
Because I could tell you, and then it would just get into this whole. I do not believe in having a spiritual discussion when I have been drinking, gentlemen. To be fair.
Okay, so your drinking is a factor. Hey, how about that, huh, Down?
Oh no, it's a factor, but I can.
Okay, hang on. It's not about religion, mate. It's because it's about.
I agree. It's not about religion.
What you've said to me thus far is that there's an evil force at play, and they're in control of religion, right? That's what you said.
I did not say religion.
Okay, doesn't matter. You ever heard of a thing called cults of personality?
Cults of personality?
Yeah, do you know what they are?
I would consider that to be analgesics with multiple personality disorder.
Well, no, it's not. What it is
You would consider it being analgesis to multiple personality disorder?
Yes, on a macro and micro scale.
You mean don't you mean analogous? If you can't say what you mean, how can you mean what you say?
If my vernacular is so important to you, step off.
It's not your vernacular. It's the fact that you're so fucking drunk right now, you can barely say what you mean. How the hell can you understand anything we're saying to you?
Challenge accepted. Go for it, man.
What challenge accepted? You know, my challenge to you would be to
there you go.
My challenge to you would be to back off the drinking. That'd be my challenge to you.
You're focusing on the fact that you mispronounced a word. Who the
okay, guys, let's move on because you just get into these round the circle.
Hey, Gus.
Hang on, down.
Rob.
Yeah, just let me get on.
Ego mind.
Yeah, okay. Let me get back on the track here. So I'm just going to introduce to because I hold that there's no such thing as a devil. And I want to prove, or an evil force or whatever. Oh well, shit. I suppose no, that's not true. There's through history we have these bloody egos that cause all sorts of havoc. So this thing called a cult of personality, what it is, probably one of the finest examples of it, Ryan, is North Korea. Now the leaders in North Korea, using propaganda, have conned the people to believe that these leaders are gods. They're not. I mean, they're just ordinary dudes, but they have the people believing that they can actually read their mind and get inside their head. And the reason that they did that, the reason they run that scam, is so that they can control the people.
That's a macro scale, and I agree. And that's why you didn't understand what I said when I said macro, micro, between split personality and mental thoughts of how different things can control your mind on a personal level, and a macro scale would be your cult of personality, how you can control a large group of people.
Yeah.
So thank you for not listening to me. Again, I'm tired of this, man. Why can't we just have fun? Like, just because we disagree, it's like you guys are always trying to prove me wrong. I'm just throwing shit out there.
No, it's not so much that.
That
mate.
I anything I do throw out there, I have researched. I'm not gonna tell you.
Yeah, that's okay, Ryan. It's not a personal attack.
No, I know it's not.
These religion is a fucking criminal enterprise.
I agree. I already said that.
For, yeah, I know.
It's a tool of division. It has nothing to do with.
No, wait a minute. Through history, I mean, you can look this up. Go and have a look at Islam over history. It's just war after war after war, and same with the Roman things. No, they're important things. I mean, that's a lot of people that died because of these institutions. So they need to be challenged.
Who was the people really pulling the strings?
Hang on, we'll get to that. So, do you accept that the leaders of the North Koreans cannot read people's minds?
No, you're totally, dude. Listen, every country is told its own form of propaganda. You said propaganda yourself.
Yeah, but they in that propaganda, what the Kims do, and I can give you a video if you want to look at it if you doubt me. But in the propaganda, they say that they can read people's minds. So the people in North Korea are actually so afraid of what they're thinking that they're afraid they'll get killed if they wrongfully the leader.
Have you ever read 1984?
No, hang on. The question is this.
Answer the question.
No. The question is this. Do you think that those humans can do those things?
I already answered you. I said no.
Okay, good. Sorry,
Did I just answer you like a minute ago?
Yeah, you had a question. Sorry.
Have you read 1984?
No.
The fiction book by George Orwell?
No, I haven't read it.
Yeah, do you know what the word satire is?
Yeah, I do, but why would you reference 1984?
Because they have thought police.
Yeah, but it's a fiction book in a post-apocalyptic world. Fiction.
Yeah.
Keyword, fiction, meaning fake, make-believe, not real.
The North Korean situation...
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Because you think, Ryan, because you think that you read 1984, that you had this authority? Are you kidding me?
But I like all these assumptions that are being made off of one question I asked.
Ryan, not only did I read 1984,
I read it 3 times.
it was actually a book that was required for me to read in junior high school.
Guys, it was just
I also have the audiobook. I also have the audiobook of 1984. I have the paperback book of 1984. I not only read it, I've listened to it, and it's been like, I don't know, maybe a half a dozen times like, what the fuck is your point?
Is poetry fact or fiction?
What the fuck is your point, you fucking dick?
Poetry?
You can learn things from stories. You can learn things from
yes,
people.
you can.
Okay,
yes, you can. But the point is
And
that
it's satire,
I
and it's
own
foreshadowing.
I own that book.
No,
I own that book
1984 is
in
not
audio and text. So what the fuck is your fucking point, you fucking dick?
1984 is not
Hang on, before we get to derail, I just want to get back on track. Ryan agreed to this, right? Ryan accepts that the North Korean leaders cannot do the godly things they say they can. Right?
I feel like you guys just like keep trying to like pick on me.
Now hang on, mate. Did you not say?
And Rob, I want to ask you to stop for a second. Like, just because I asked if you read 1984, you guys made your own assumption, knee-jerk reactions. Yeah, who cares? It was fucking fiction. I fucking read it. Who cares?
Well, what's the
Does
point
that
of the
mean
question?
The point of the question is,
What's
the
the
point of the
point?
question was the thought police. You said if they could read people's minds, and they were so scared. It was
Here you
actually
go. Here
relevant.
you go, Ryan. Here you go,
What the
Ryan.
fuck?
Just to prove to you that I'm not lying to you.
And that's great. And George,
Here it is. Here it
he
is.
also- he also wrote
I just want to
Animal
make
Farm.
sure that you understand that I am not lying to you.
And
Hey,
you guys
I do
Unicorn.
also
actually
said
have the
it was
book.
fiction, so
Hey,
that means you
Unicorn.
can't learn anything
Yeah.
from it. You can
Thanks,
learn
man.
things from people.
Thanks.
For what?
Yeah, all right, Ryan. I
Thanks.
just want to make sure that you understood that I'm not lying to you. That's all I want to know. That's
You
all
know what?
That's
Thanks,
you
all
know what
I
you guys,
wanted to
you know
say.
what you guys want?
Thanks,
You want me
Unicorn.
to just sit here and be quiet
No, Ryan.
Or at
Ryan,
least be
It
sober.
was getting a little
tell me
dry.
how it is.
Or at least be sober.
No, at least be sober.
At least be sober.
At least be
Ryan,
sober.
At least be
So
sober.
just tell me.
Fuck being
tell me
sober.
about
I want to be drunk.
There we
hang
go.
on, slow down.
Hey,
Ryan.
Unicorn, thanks for that, man. Thanks. Thanks, Unicorn. Much obliged.
Right,
You're most
now,
welcome, dude.
Ryan, the point that I want to try and understand is, well, and this is why these guys get upset with you, right? Because you're throwing in a red herring. It's got nothing to do with the topic, right? The topic what we were talking about was that on this planet there are leaders of people who will run a religious scam. They'll place themselves in a close, fictitious relationship with a god. They'll run some propaganda about being able to do supernatural things, and we know that North Korea is a perfect example. Readily available to us, we can research it, whatever, but it's a bloody given fact. But the thing about these cults of personality, they're not limited to North Korea. They actually appear through quite a bit of history. So you can research that for your own self. So what I want to do...
What I find frustrating about you, Rob, is that you pretend to make an argument that is you're saying things that aren't true. You're saying that I said that religion, or you're just saying things that aren't true.
Like what?
Like that everything is motivated by religion.
No.
That's what you said.
Saying that.
You said
what I said is
So didn't say
No,
that.
no. He
all
did
right,
not say
gentlemen.
that.
You know what? I tire of you. Brevity is the soul of wit. Let's keep it short.
Brevity is the enemy of intelligent discourse.
Brevity is the soul of wit.
I heard you the first time, and my response was as I replied.
Brevity is the enemy of social discourse?
No, drunky puss. Brevity is the enemy of intelligent discourse.
Must be a sad little man, Gus, if you got to come on to Google Hangouts.
Oh, I know, Down, I know.
So you're saying that everything should be long and drawn out?
No, well, this is short. This one's a really short one, right? So I want you to keep in your mind that what these Kims were doing, because I guarantee to you.
Which Kings?
Kims, the North Korean Kims.
When?
Dynasty. All through the Kim dynasty, they're still doing it. But
what Kings?
Kims, K-I-M-S.
Oh, Kims. Kins, yeah. Game Man style.
Yeah, that's it. Very good. Now, I'm going to take you back to your Bible, right?
That's your fault.
This is the Bible speaking.
Well, no, it's not.
Yes, it is. You can check it.
If you're going to talk about politics, I will tell you about geopolitics. Let's follow the money.
Wait a minute. Hang on a minute.
No. You attempt to connect things. You're putting words in my mouth. You're making arguments that I'm not making.
Not at all. Huh? Isaiah 40:22. Are you familiar with that?
What?
Isaiah 40:22. Are you familiar with that passage in the Bible? Doesn't matter if you don't, because I've got it here in front of me, and I'd like to read it to you.
Great.
Here it goes.
Great.
Hang on. It is he. Now this is Yahweh, right?
Great.
It is
what does the Bible have to do with North and South Korea?
Well, let me read
According to you.
What does the price of eggs in China have to do with anything that we're talking about right now?
Exactly. Politics are a joke. Everything is connected.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me read this, and I'm going to try and tie it back into the kings. So this is the Bible speaking. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. So this is Yahweh, and what he's doing.
Circle, by the way.
I thought you might say that. The circle, though, in here means the dish, the flat earth.
I know it does. The earth is flat.
Okay, that's fine. Let me finish the saying.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Listen. I can't do this flat Earth bullshit. I can't do it.
No. Hang on, Patrick. You're jumping ahead of things. Relax. Now.
All right.
Hear me out.
I'm gonna give you.
Today, Junior.
Fuck you, Ryan. I'm gonna give Rob Beasley.
Have another beer, Ryan.
I'm gonna give Rob Beasley I have to give him my I don't know. He has
today, Junior.
He has my
attention. Have another beer, Gus.
I think Ryan, you need to go fuck yourself.
I think I'm having fun, and I'm
enjoying
conversation.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Keep going with Isaiah if you want
no
to.
Need for personal attacks.
Yeah, there we go. Cognitive dissonance.
Well,
now,
then let's ask
tried real hard not to do the personal attack. I tried real hard not to do the personal attack.
What about Rey Mysterio Jr. has shut the
I'm
fuck
guilty.
up Ryan
I'm
on
guilty
his picture?
of personally attacking Ryan.
Guys, I don't
Ryan,
care.
you're a fucking asshole. Fuck you.
Because I don't agree with you?
Ryan, please be quiet for a minute. Use that super control of a superhuman being. Right, so now what we're told in this bloody book is that he, Yahweh, sitteth above the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. Now, basically that description has this God guy sitting in a throne up in the clouds. So this is where the sky god story comes from.
You think God's in the clouds?
Now, hang on. Well, if you read the part itself, it places him actually up above.
All right, what's your point?
Now, in writing this particular passage, I can see clearly a couple of problems, right? So just let me describe the scene. Hang on. Let me describe the scene. We've got this circle of an earth, so flat earth. We've got a dome-shaped sky. We know that because it's shaped like a tent stretched around the earth. So it's definitely the dome-shaped model. We have a bunch of people running around like grasshoppers. And then we've got this God figure sitting above them all, and he can see down on all their movement. So the author of this book, well, firstly, he's inaccurate, right? Because that's not our real world. Our world is a globe.
Okay, so that's your assumption.
No, but it's true, regardless of what.
What does that have to do with North and South Korea?
Well, it's the same pattern. Right? What they've done is they placed the Godhead in a position to monitor all the people, and they're told in the book of Isaiah that God's watching their every move, and if they step a wrong move, they're in big trouble.
They've replaced God with government. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. So, but see, this is another case for fabrication of the documentation in the Bible. This book of Isaiah is written...
Fabrication, documentation, manipulation... What else? What else you got?
Fermentation, distillation,
ejaculation,
hesitation.
I think from any logical
procrastination,
you can actually see that they're pulling the same sort of scam that the Kims are doing.
Bro, that's what I keep trying to tell you. And
it's the cult of personality.
Okay, fine, great. What else? Next.
God doesn't exist.
What?
Was that your argument against the existence of God?
Oh no, that'd be a longer story, I'm afraid.
I'm pretty sure you just said that.
That's what I heard too. I don't know about that.
Oh no, look, that's the position I hold.
Hold on a second. Why do I need an argument against whether the Cookie Monster exists or not? I mean, can I just say that the Cookie Monster does not exist? Or do we got to play a game where the Cookie Monster could exist?
Or you could pretend to read a verse out of the Bible and say that it relates to North and South Korea, and then change the whole topic again because Rob Beasley loses his train of thought, and all he wants to say is that he is right, and that God doesn't exist. Doesn't matter how ridiculous the connections he tries to make are.
Well, do you think the Kims are God?
What the fuck?
Do you think the Kims, are God? North Korean people do.
Kim Kardashian, probably like totally, yeah, absolutely. I think they're just like the best thing ever.
That's Shabu speaking, but do you think that the North Korean leaders, the Kims, do you think that they're a god? A real god?
Do you?
No.
Do you fucking think you made a point? What's your point?
Well, I know that gods, that live in the
What does
sky.
that have to do with you just read Isaiah? You're the one who brought it down, so I told you not to do that. So I am going to call you out and say you have made no connection.
Yeah, it's the same scam.
Other than prove to me that the scam is that you think the fucking Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, a little ball.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Ryan, we're not doing the flat Earth shit. Okay, you're gonna kill the room by doing that. We're not going down that road.
Yeah. So what we're doing, it's not about the flat Earth at all.
I'm totally fine with that.
That's what
Totally
it.
fine.
What it is that the person that wrote that text, right, wrote a story about people being observed by a superior being sitting up on top of the dome. Right, what that is, that's mind control, if you believe it, right? Because you're left believing that you're continually monitored. And that's not the way the world works, and people don't have that ability to continually monitor other people. That's just bullshit. It's true.
No, it's not. And
Okay.
again, I'm still surprised with everybody.
So you're
Ryan,
you're
what we're trying
saying-
to tell you, Ryan, what we're trying to tell you is this. Just accept the reality of what is actually going on, and then go on from there.
Patrick, what
your problem
reality is going on to you?
I don't know what your
tell me
problem
then.
is. Let
I
me
really
finish
want to know.
talking.
Like,
No,
seriously,
no,
bro.
Ryan,
No,
please
tell
let
me
me
what
listen.
reality.
Listen, Ryan, shut the fuck
I'm
up and
giving
let
you
me
the
finish
floor.
talking.
Tell me what reality exists.
Ryan, let me fucking finish talking, and then
Tell me what
you
reality
can tell me.
is.
You can tell me I'm a fucking asshole for it. Whatever
I'm not
you want
going
to tell
to.
me, but let me fucking finish.
Let him finish, Ron, please.
What reality am I
What I'm
missing?
trying to tell you is that if you insist that the Earth is fucking flat, you are so misinformed. What I'm trying to tell you is like listen to what we're saying.
Not flat Earth. Leave flat Earth alone.
You know what?
Leave flat.
I lost my train of thought.
You
Ryan,
said my reality
you're
is
just a
fucked.
fucking dick.
Patrick, I could probably pick it up here. I'm happy to answer the question of what reality.
I can't believe that I can't even fucking talk. Every time I fucking try to talk, Ryan comes up
We
with
just
this
said we're
fucking
leaving
stupid-ass
flat Earth
shit.
alone.
Ryan, just fucking
I'm sorry.
understand that all
No,
you
seriously,
have
I'm
to do,
sorry.
all you have
I'm
to
sorry.
do is listen to fucking people who are trying to tell you something. I'm
What are you
fucking
trying to
lost.
tell me?
I'm too drunk to fucking even try to fucking argue with the stupidity of fucking assholes like
Well, I
Ryan.
thought you just said I should listen. So why should I listen to someone who's too drunk to remember what they have to say?
Rather unkind, Christian man.
Because
I would
the
rather approach
minute I started to try to talk, somebody fucking started to fucking. I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
Patrick, why are there 180
Ryan,
degrees?
fuck you. Ryan,
Okay.
fuck you.
Patrick,
Ryan, fuck you.
Patrick, take a breather. Now,
Ryan, fuck you. Ryan, fuck you. Ryan, fuck you. Ryan, fuck you. Ryan, fuck you.
Now, I'm happy to actually take on the question of what reality is.
No,
Rob?
I'm happy to ask a question about reality, Rob.
Okay.
Rob, according to your reality, do you believe that there are 90 degrees and a right angle?
Oh
my gosh.
I don't know. I never think about that.
Well, it's reality to you.
Oh, why these?
Let's just move on. You know what I think is fucked up?
What I think is fucked up is that
we can't
you
fucking
exist.
talk-
What I think is fucked up is that Ryan exists. What I think is fucked up is that Ryan doesn't understand a right triangle is the mathematical representation of
what?
Ryan, fuck you.
How many
All I know
degrees?
is that
How many degrees are in a triangle?
I had not been able to voice my my scientific opinion because
I'm
you
asking
exist.
you to.
Ryan, you are a fucking idiot.
Why?
And I've tried, and,
Am I
and
an
my
idiot?
whole life expectancy, my
Thank you so
the
much.
idea that
Unicorn.
I am
Let's
trying
just
to
have
do,
some fun.
my whole fucking
Thank you so
life
much,
is
Unicorn.
trying to explain to people like assholes like you that science actually is the responsibility for making the possibility that we actually are able to communicate through multiple. Fuck you, Ryan.
Okay, Ryan, that's not very polite, but
I'm pretty sure I changed my mind, guys. You're right. I no longer believe what I believe.
Ryan. I'll try and handle your inquiry.
Instead of trying to prove me wrong, and I'm not trying to prove you guys
Ryan,
wrong.
the only reason that we are actually able to communicate is because E actually does equal MC squared. That's all I can say to you. Fuck you. You're an idiot.
Are you sure it's not because of verbal
Ryan,
interpretation of language?
how
sounds?
did God actually create your computer that you are actually able to fucking give us this stupidity that you're portraying upon us? Fuck you, Ryan. All right.
Okay.
Science gave you the fucking computer.
Science gave me the computer?
Science gave you the computer that you're actually
Patrick,
able to fucking
science
communicate
says you
with us.
can't-
Science gave you the computer that you are
Go
pissing me
ahead.
off with.
Patrick.
Oh man. This is
What
too
I like is
funny.
that people get so offended.
I'm offended by
I'm
people
not offended.
fucking stupid as you. I'm
I'm
offended by
I'm
assholes.
offended.
I'm offended by Ryan who makes human beings look stupid.
Right,
I'm
Ryan, you don't-
offended. I am offended by assholes like Ryan.
You don't offend me, Ryan. I really don't care that you believe the Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat, and
Sure.
that doesn't matter. I don't care.
Well, can I ask you a few questions?
Yes, everybody is, but I'm telling you guys, I would rather have. We could talk about other stuff, man. Like for real.
I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I think it'd be beneficial to you and to other people.
Sure.
So, how would you account for the north and south poles of the planet?
Easy.
Sure, shoot.
The North and South poles are based upon what we would define as a compass. Where
My name is Ryan, and I think that the north equals south, and I think that the fucking I think that 2 + 2 = 5, and I'm a fucking.
the North and the South poles based upon your mag. We say we
Fuck
have
you, Ryan. Fuck you, Ryan. Fuck you, Ryan.
Hang on.
Rob, would you do your job, please? You've got two fucking
Never
belligerent
mind.
drunk guys
Let's
in
not.
here.
I'm
Would you,
not belligerent.
would you fucking kick them out, please? Please, would you do your job?
Don't
Please?
kick me out.
Would
I'm
you
not
do your
belligerent.
job, please, Rob? Like, you know,
Who are
like
you saying?
you're going to go as far as to threaten to shut the whole room down, but you won't throw out two sloppy drunks that have been fucking up the whole night. Like, really? Have you been drinking? Like, what the fuck?
All right, he's gone. And Patrick, apologies, but you're gone too because.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't help but be fucking totally belligerent against fucking assholes like Ryan.
All right. Okay. Well, you can stay around for a bit, but if it gets a bit disruptive, we'll have to cut it. Oh, now look, there you go. He's gone.
What's left?
I am not going to. I'm not going to apologize for my being drunk, but Ryan is a fucking dickhead.
And I understand your agitation, but it's the nature of the beast. I mean, if you're dealing with someone that's got a belief, it's a challenge.
I like you, Rob. I like you, Rob. And you know what? You know what? I'm a total atheist, and you're not. And I like you. I like you because I've been sticking up with you all night long. And it pisses me off that the people here are not understanding that this fucking asshole is continuing, and I end up being the fucking villainized person. Anyway, fuck it. I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, well, for me though, the reason I tolerate that behaviour, I mean, it's sort of like if you've got a troll in the room, right? You can kick him out, and that's the end of your problem, and that's true. Particularly if you're running the room, you've got full control. The reason I'm here is I'm exploring and trying to understand. I've done my homework. I already know the way religions work and why they exist and how fraudulent they are and how much of a pain in the ass they are for humanity. I get all that. I don't have a problem with that, and I kind of know a bit about the real Jesus story and what his story is. The thing that I'm not able or haven't been able to address or come to terms with is how do you break through these notional ideas and wrong notion ideas that people have in their heads, these beliefs. So I'm continually working with people to try and, you know, that are Christians or Muslims, to just try and work out, is it possible, or is there a way to actually break through these beliefs? I got an agenda and it's pretty specific. I really want to fucking cancel religion. I'm looking for that way.
That's actually why I continue to. I'm not sure, you know. It's a fact, you know. These people that in this hangout are making fun of me for being drunk. Yeah, I'm drunk. Yeah, I have been drinking. That's the point, Rob. The point is that the reality. That's my point. If you want to talk about reality, if you want to talk about, you know, what science is trying to figure out, that's the point. But if you're gonna be like the other guy, I'm not gonna mention names, who sits there and talks about, oh, the Earth is flat. You fucking idiot. The Earth is not flat. I mean, obviously that's not true. If you want to continue that fucking bullshit, then that person should be fucking. I'm gonna be violent for a second. That person who insists that the Earth is flat should be beaten with a fucking baseball bat.
No.
An aluminum baseball bat.
No.
I'm sorry. I can't fucking stand the stupidity. I hate the fucking. What I hate. I don't hate people. What I hate is I hate stupidity.
But how do you cure
That's where I'm
stupidity?
coming from, Rob.
How do you cure
I'm
stupidity?
sorry. Excuse me. Let me finish. What I
Okay.
hate, what I actually hate, I don't hate people. I hate stupidity. I
Right.
hate fucking stupidity.
Right.
And I will take a fucking aluminum bat to the fucking skull of fucking stupidity. That's where I'm coming from. I hate fucking stupidity. I'm done.
But how do you cure stupidity?
I don't know. I don't have
You,
the
you
answer to
cure it
that.
you cure it with
The
education.
point is that let's fucking stop the fucking goddamn stupidity.
All right, hang on, Patrick. You need to finish your comment.
That's it. I just want to stop the fucking stupidity.
Well, we're the same on that point. You had a point.
Yeah, I was just saying
That's
you stop
Hang on, Patrick.
you stop it with education, right? You teach people the right information, right? Instead of being like belligerent and callous and mean and all those things, you teach them.
Yeah, although in the spiritual journey, right, there is a moment of enlightenment. That's one way of putting it, but there are moments in life where people just get like the light bulb moment in their life. I'm wondering whether if there's some way of artificially manufacturing that light bulb moment, getting a much quicker result. Because when Patrick talks about stupidity being the problem for him, I think of what we have, the condition we have is we have a person with a wrong thinking, right? There's an error in their thinking, and that's the way I think of religions. I think of people that believe these religions are believing in wrong ideas. And the solution, I think you're right, has something to do with confronting that notional idea in the head with a convincing story about reality. But I gotta say, it's a tough nut to crack. I mean, you saw Ryan, how stubborn he was in his worldview and hanging on to that worldview. Same for the religious folk, exactly the same. The trick is, I mean, for me, the problem's obvious, right? I know, there isn't any sky gods, and I know that there's no angels, they don't exist, or devils and demons. I know that that's all part of our reality. I know that the religious stuff is bumpkin, it's all made up. But how do you solve the problem? How do you stop the stupid thinking? And education for me is takes too long. Must be a quicker way. Mass education. Suit me better. Yep. Yeah, but anyway, just by definition, if you ever see me in a room, or if some people that are in a room that I'm running, the reason I tolerate the silliness is because, to me, that's the key problem. And I'm always working it. I'm just trying to see, can I educate? Can I get through? Can I give evidence?
Actually, I was, I was, Rob, I was trying to listen to you. I have to admit that I appreciate your words. I just I just wasn't sure how to respond to that. You know, yeah, your words are, um, your words are giving me a reason to think about what you're saying. Um,
Fundamentally,
I have to admit that I am drunk, and yeah.
that's all right.
But
No drama.
no problem. I want to thank you for I want to thank you for your words. That's what I want to say.
Well, it's a pity we didn't get into the discussion on reality, because I was going to really use that to try and work with him, because the religious folks seem to have this idea that reality's in their head.
I don't think it's a pity. I just want to thank you for what you said. I'm just simply thanking you for what you said.
All right, mate. Appreciate it. All right, Patrick. Have a good evening. Rest well. We'll catch you again.
Yeah, yeah. You're cool to, you know, regardless of the fact that I'm an atheist, and you're probably not. I want to thank you for what you said. Yeah, I'm drunk. Yeah, you can write that down, and you can say that, and if you wanna make a meme, you can actually say that Patrick was drunk one night. Yeah, yeah.
I don't do that.
I have no problem with that. That's where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is what the truth is.
Yeah.
The truth is
Yeah, well,
that I'm drinking tonight and I'm drunk, and I do like what you said tonight.
you'll find that I'm very much as much about reality as you. So my call is always about evidence.
Yeah, that's
Show me
probably
the
why I like what you said tonight, because I like your reality. I like
show.
I like that you understand what reality is.
Yeah.
Good night, Gus. Rob. I'm sorry, Rob. Um, good night, and I want to thank you for this hangout.
All right,
I think this is your hangout. Anyway, I want if it isn't I'm thanking the wrong person. But anyway, I think this is your hangout, so I want to
It
thank
is
you.
my hangout. Yes, it is.
Okay.
All right,
So,
mate. Keep well.
therefore, I'm going to thank you for this hangout, and it was definitely a cool hangout.